chain, big pressure. Look at me, so clean, no effort. Ponytail, ripped jeans, no effort. Face clean, gold ring, no effort. Insane, my chain, big pressure. Now what the fuck these bitches want? I ain't got shit for them. These bitches is still basic like they shop on for them. These bitches is still basic with the 10-spot dress. These bitches is still basic in they rainbow best. If you think you doing something, I think the fuck not. I put you on blast and blow up your spot. I blow off your top and make you all drop. If dick was your mouth, these bitches would suck cock. I've been parting off the waters when the waves get hot. Ain't no other bitch like me that could take my spot. When I hit the stage running, bitches panties drop. I've been signing boobs, call them take the top. And in case you wondering, I'm from Harlem, babe. I'm the diplomat girl with the Harlem shake. I'm on first Ave gang, we at Haji's, babe. You don't know me, and now you just know my name. Look at me, so clean, no effort. Ponytail, ripped jeans, no effort. Face clean, gold ring, no effort. Insane, my chain, big pressure. Look at me, so clean, no effort. Ponytail, ripped jeans, no effort. Face clean, gold ring, no effort. Insane, my chain, big pressure. No effort. Look at me, no effort. Ponytail, no effort. Face clean, no effort. No effort.
DA got that dope.
Go bitch, go bestie. Can't fuck with these hoes cause they messy. Go bitch, go bestie. Can't fuck with these hoes cause they messy. Go bestie. Then my motherfucking best friend, bestie. Then my motherfucking best friend, bestie. Then my motherfucking best friend. Then my what? That's my motherfucking best friend. Go best friend, that's my best friend. That's my main bitch, that's my fucking best friend. If you got a problem, then we got a problem. If she got a problem, then you got a problem. She gon' twerk that ass like it's her fucking birthday, bitch. Twerk that ass. That's my best friend, that's my fucking bestie. Can't fuck with you hoes cause you messy. Put up to the party, I got everybody lit. I could brag about my best friends, everybody rich. Double dutching with the money, I be playing with the bands. Working bag, fashion of a Cartier on the list. Every time we pull up, bitches pissed off. Make the whole club jump like crisscross. I'm a bad bitch, poppin' like lip gloss. We be blowing money fast like Rick Ross. Go bitch, go bestie. Can't fuck with these hoes cause they messy. Go bitch, go bestie. Can't fuck with these hoes cause they messy. Go bestie. Then my motherfucking best friend, bestie. Then my motherfucking best friend, bestie. Then my motherfucking best friend, bestie. Then my what? Then my motherfucking best friend.
Go bitch, go bestie. Run up and get done up so you bitches better not test me. Big ol' ass poppin', yeah I'm bad and she bad too. Click full of haters, yeah you mad, your friend mad too. I ain't fighting with these hoes, I'm a rich bitch. Hair long, nails long, BB's on my necklace. If you wanna beef with me, I hope you got that beef with me. Put up on their necks, make it hard for hoes to speak to me. Them hoes better not fuck with my best friend. Cause if she don't like you, bitch, then I don't like you either. I know some hoes talking shit, but quiet when we see them. They try to act like they ain't like me, now they wanna link up.
Go bitch, go bestie. Can't fuck with these hoes cause they messy. Go bitch, go bestie. Can't fuck with these hoes cause they messy. Go bestie. Then my motherfucking best friend, bestie. Then my motherfucking best friend, bestie. Then my motherfucking best friend, bestie. Then my what? Then my motherfucking best friend.
See you walking out that door, bye, 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 bye. You won't see me begging for a second chance. Say I need you cause it don't make sense. Boy, you just lost a 10 out of 10, won't lie. And tonight I'm gonna be rocking it, dropping it. Shake my ass, I'm stopping it. I look hot in it, I look hot in it. Rocking it, dropping it. Shake my ass, I'm stopping it. I look hot in it, I look hot in it. Rocking it, dropping it. Shake my ass, I'm stopping it. I look hot in it, I look hot in it. Tonight I'm gon' be rocking it, dropping it. Shake my ass, I'm stopping it. I look hot in it, I look hot in it. Tonight I'm gon' be rocking it, dropping it. Shake my ass, I'm stopping it. I look hot in it, I look hot in it. Moving till my beat gets hot. Hands all on me till my dress gets torn. Watch me do it real hardcore. My. You and me, we never ever made much sense. I'm too independent, no offense. Boy, don't be sad about the things I said. Don't cry. Tonight I'm gonna be rocking it, dropping it. Shake my ass, I'm stopping it. I look hot in it, hot in it. I look hot in it. Rocking it, dropping it. Shake my ass, no stopping it. I look hot in it, hot in it. I look hot in it. Tonight I'm gonna be rocking it, dropping it. Shake my ass, no stopping it. I look hot in it, hot in it. I look hot in it. Tonight I'm gonna be rocking it, dropping it. Shake my ass, no stopping it. I look hot in it, hot in it. I look hot in it. Tonight I'm gonna be rocking it, dropping it. Shake my ass, no stopping it. I look hot in it, hot in it. I look hot in it.
Y'all take a room and then y'all gon' wear it out. Fuck all that talk about who's in the whereabouts. I walk in Neiman's and Marcus, I'm buried out. Walking the bank and say fuck it, let's clear it out. I'm the same dollar sign slime, they gon' hear me. I'm the same dollar sign slime, they gon' feel me. I'm the same dollar sign slime. I'm the same dollar sign slime. Yeah, I'm gon' hit like it's 82. Got a new whip in this navy blue. Top of the game, only 22. Look at me, nigga, then look at you. You just the up and the flop of a nigga. I'm sorry that I gotta say the truth. Thought I went pop, but I popped to you niggas. Now I'm with the hits like I'm Babe Ruth. Bitch, I do not do labor. You know I got too major. Bought a new house for you acres. I done went and got new neighbors. So fuck all that noise, be considerate. I'm really that nigga that's killing it. Man, all of y'all niggas equivalent. I'm really that nigga that's different. Y'all take a room and then y'all gon' wear it out. Fuck all that talk about who's in the whereabouts. I walk in Neiman's and Marcus, I'm buried out. Walking the bank and say fuck it, let's clear it out. I'm the same dollar sign slime, they gon' hear me. I'm the same dollar sign slime, they gon' feel me. I'm the same dollar sign slime. I'm the same dollar sign slime.
Real hot girl shit. They can't stop me. Say I can't do it, bitch, watch me. All you lame hoes turn hate into a hobby. Damn, watching me gotta turn you on. I should have my own category in porn. Ooh, I'm just such an obsession. Tea about me, your IG suggestions. Sick, no ad on prosthetics. Everything about me came from genetics. Yeah, I've been getting money, I ain't new to this. Miss one, catch one, I ain't new to fish. But if he throwing that broad, and I get hooked, then you doing your job, baby. All these hoes imitate me. You gon' fuck a stand or the real Slim Shady. Toxic, suck a soul out, then block it. Got more cream than a Sunday topping.
I'm the same dollar sign slime, they gon' hear me. I'm the same dollar sign slime, they gon' feel me. I'm the same dollar sign slime. I'm the same dollar sign slime.
Okay, I'm in effect. I hit the liquor, but it hasn't hit my system yet. Okay, let's hit the day. Sorry, I missed your text. He want a picture in the shower of my biddy's wet. Is that a litmus test? I'm not your Santa baby. You gon' need a simp before I start reciprocating. Why your girl won't talk to me when I'm not engaging? You don't cuddle me enough to do your litigating. He want me to put out, he should go to CD baby. Little baby, he harder than ever. That's my oopsie daisy. Blew your babies, you cannot do your 2K rating. Not tryna show off, honey, who's parading? Look at me, look at you, then look back at me. That's embarrassing. You see how my ass sit in these baggy jeans? Yeah, don't make me send you back to therapy. Okay, I'm outta here, don't get me started. Hitting me at 2 a.m. like I know you want me, right? I beg your pardon, I'm not your dolly. Try and get your balls between my legs like you OP topping. I get off sway, you my Fonte. You gon' have to put me up like a lock tray. Thick lips, thick ass, cause I'm God's fave. All I need's a lip gloss and some Moncler. It goes if I say I'm sorry, you won't ride it like a jockey. Your girl shining, here comes Johnny. You can't handle doggy, baby, please quit asking. Make me take an aspirin, that is so attractive. Look at me, look at you, then look back at me. Acting like I owe you some, who gave you the audacity? He think he a keeper, but I'm only playing catch release. Show you where the clit is, boy, I don't have the capacity. You need a mat, ayy. Honest to God, get off my back, we not attached, ayy. I'm writing it off for my tax, we never
at you, then look back at me. That's embarrassing. You see how my ass sit in these baggy jeans. Yeah, don't make me send you back to therapy.
I'm a great fuck, but a better lover.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a hot girl, pop girl, rich girl, I'm a bitch girl, fast girl, catch me if you can, girl. You a swerve girl, who the fuck are you, girl? You just wanna be me, I'm a hot girl, pop girl, rich girl, I'm a bitch girl, fast girl, catch me if you can, girl. You a swerve girl, who the fuck are you, girl? You just wanna be me. Pull up to the mansion,
stay shocking and they only see my crew base knocking. They jocking my 5 minutes, take them 2 days. Stop it, what you have? Tell me, will it die with you? Impact bulletproof, so we don't got shit to prove. So, on my blood, but we still gon' rock the Bluetooth. Call me a dog, but he don't know that it's voodoo. Sippin' Stella, this my era, baby, it's a new groove. It's what I wait in diamonds, you could say I chew with Bluetooth. I spread no illness, I snuck up like a mistress. We squeezing like it's citrus, we ran it up like finish. They want us gone, so vicious, you on the line. I finish, it's only been a minute, so can I get a witness? I seen her on my newsfeed, like who she? Scary hours, spooky. He love me cause I'm moody. Moi, chef kiss, when I'm in it, it's a movie. Wow, yo bitch, hella calm, but she bougie.
State property, I'm breaking with the crew. With my shorty from the north who attitude on Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge, I just stack it two until I'm fat and full. I ain't never stop, nigga play my card like a fool. Like a joker, like a jester, I'm Stallone. I'm Sylvester, I get both like a teller. I just told her, what you tell her, I say tell her. This ain't featherweight, we got our cheese the featherweight. And anything that come between us, that'll be a fatal day. Okay, I don't know if you know this or not. Like hooking the boat to a dock. She coming back over the mines. Like how we open the box. She call me Ben though I'm not. They say I'm the goaters or not, but I'ma be dope with the mob.
I seen her on my newsfeed, like who she? Scary hours, spooky. He love me cause I'm moody. Moi, chef kiss, when I'm in it, it's a movie. Wow, yo bitch, hella calm, but she bougie. Illness, I snuck up like a mistress, we squeezing like a citrus, we ran it up, it's
DA got that dope.
SSG.
You ain't never seen a bitch like me work. Gon' bend it over, arch your back, make it clap, ass fat. Toot it up, toot it up, toot it up, toot it up. You ain't never seen a bitch like me work. Gon' bend it over, arch your back, make it clap, ass fat. Toot it up, toot it up, toot it up, toot it up. You ain't never met a bitch like me. Pretty face, skinny waist with a 30-inch weave. Fendi from my head down to my feet. It's expensive just to beat. That's why these hoes can't compete. Make that ass bounce like a beat. Ayy, lately I've been going A, but they been calling me the GOAT. Stuff the wood with runts in a big blunt until it overflow. Cost me once, I tie up revenge and I ship it with a bow. Young and paid, I work for myself, call me the CEO. He said I entertain these niggas, I told him don't miss the show. Cutting niggas off my favorite sport, baby I'm a pro. Pretty and unbothered, getting money, yellow diamonds dripped in honey. He wanna lick me down, he say, ooh, babe, you yummy. I been working from the AM to the PM. Yo nigga text me good morning, I hit him back with the GM. Don't come to me as a woman, get your man up on my DM. You ain't never seen a bitch like me work. Gon' bend it over, arch your back, make it clap, ass fat. Toot it up, toot it up, toot it up, toot it up. You ain't never seen a bitch like me work. Gon' bend it over, arch your back, make it clap, ass fat. Toot it up, toot it up, toot it up, toot it up.
I'm a pretty bad bitch. You can't pick me if you ain't rich. Look at the way he be talking. I can tell the nigga ain't shit. Baby, this shit ain't for free. Gon' have to show me that you a freak. I spent 80K in my seat. Got that shit right back in a week. Put that shit on so when I walk up in the club, they pay a fee. You can't convince me what you saying. Pussy nigga talk is cheap. Don't address me as no little girl, bitch. I'm the motherfucking queen. I keep a mug up on my face so they know not to fuck with me. Go ahead and toot it up. I can tell she ain't used to this. How much can you shake? I can make it rain on some groupie shit. I'm really a trendsetter. Everything I say they using it. Bougie and I'm mean. Can't get close to me. I'm rude with it.
You ain't never seen a bitch like me work. Gon' bend it over, arch your back, make it clap, ass fat. Toot it up, toot it up, toot it up, toot it up. You ain't never seen a bitch like me work. Gon' bend it over, arch your back, make it clap, ass fat. Toot it up, 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 toot it up.
Real hot girl shit.
The beat live, you know Lil Juke. Hey, bitch, I'm a problem, nobody solving. You can keep hating, I'm popping regardless. He wanna build it like Megan Thee Stallion. Don't want your nigga cause I want his daddy. I like to switch up my style every week. I gotta switch up my hair every day. I ain't no hoe, but I do be on going. I promise my niggas gon' love me the same. I'm a hot girl, don't try it at home. I wear the shit that be showing my thong. I like to drink and I like to have sex. I fuck the niggas that's cutting the checks. Dance on the dick, now you been served. I like a dick with a little bit of curve. Hit this pussy with an uppercut. Call that nigga Captain Hook. Ayy, I go shopping, want it, then I cop it. Ayy, yeah, bitches popping, I do what they copy. Ayy, look, he's a sweetie, kiss it when he eat it. Ayy,
what's up, good evening, morning, whatever the fuck time it is where you live. It's kind of like my morning for me, still, because I haven't smoked. So we're still waking up. Oh man, wonderful Saturday. Bitch. Gotta split. Alright, we are gonna hang out today before WoW. We're gonna hang out before WoW and we're gonna chill and we're gonna do some shit. Fucking bottle. Having a discussion with my boyfriend about how Star Ocean is better than Final Fantasy, even though I like Final Fantasy, I like Kingdom Hearts. I know those don't exactly tie in, but they do tie into each other in ways. I own all the Kingdom Hearts. I've played Final Fantasy VII and the new one on Steam. Like, I like Final Fantasy. It's a cute story. It's got a great storyline. It's got a good villain. It's got a good, protagonist, whatever. But like, I just rather play Star Ocean. It's a better series. Like, it's more about like it's less about a big bad evil person and more of like, this is the universe. There are things going on in the universe we don't even fucking know about, and like it's just that kind of like space exploration shit that I like. But yeah, no dissing Final Fantasy. We are gonna check out the new trailer for Rebirth, but I really like Star Ocean more. I'm sorry. They're both made by the same company, so you can't hate me too much, right? I don't know a lot of people that share that same opinion either. Like, I don't know a lot of Star Ocean freaks. I have the new Star Ocean. I've yet to play all the way through it, Divine Force, but I've played every single fucking Star Ocean except for the ones on PSP and Game Boy. And they're so fucking good. I love this idea of primitive planets being on first contact with these more advanced species or humanoid races, and like this collide of worlds. Like, Final Fantasy's cool, but it is what it is. It's a big bad fantasy world with a hero, and Star Ocean is more like there's a universe out there that we don't know about, and we're learning about all these different types of races that are trying to basically like race to get control over certain planets for resources, whatever. And like, there isn't one in particular big bad. It's a universe. It's a timeline. And like the bigger focus is on like the team that you are exploring with, whether it's the primitive one from a planet that isn't super technologically advanced, or you're from the space. Like, I like that. It's not focused on one character where like he's a big bad fucking superhero and the world like depends on him. Like, no. I like Star Ocean simply because it doesn't have this main hero character. Like, and it doesn't have the big bad character. I like Sephiroth. Don't get me wrong. Who doesn't like Sephiroth? But that's just what it is. Like, I don't know. Enough ranting. We're gonna pack a bowl. Ernesto, hello. How we doing? We are hanging out today before WoW. I need to pack a new bowl. So you see stars set to you have. I'm in the mood to fuck something up. Ernesto, do you like Final Fantasy? Are you a Final Fantasy fan? Have you seen the Rebirth? We're gonna watch the Rebirth trailer. Let's pack a bowl. Maybe sit on top of you. Anyone in chat at all, like, literally feel free to chime in with your opinions also about Final Fantasy versus Star Ocean, because I would love to hear them. I really want to meet the Star Ocean fans, but I just don't find them. Like, I know they exist, but I just don't run into them. Alright. Nice little bowl. We're gonna put some keef on it, because as we saw yesterday, last night during stream, I'll put it up. I'm gonna put it up again, because, like, I'm so fucking... I get so excited when I see this much keef in my keef catcher. Look at all that keef. That catnip's fucking fire. Oh. We're gonna just take a little scoop. Just a little scoop. We don't need that whole pile. Just a little scoop is all we need. To come out and play. Oh yeah, you. Come and cuff it, baby. While I bust it for you, baby. Anywhere, anytime. I'm in a good mood today. I went outside, I got some sunshine, I went for a brief walk, I got caffeine, I have marijuana, I have, like, I'm in a good place today. Alright. Alright, so here we have the YouTube. We're gonna pause the music here. We're gonna pause Beyonce. The Queen Bee can't be over. We'll watch that in a second. We are going to look up right there in my queue. Alright, we're gonna watch this trailer since it's the big talking point of today.
The world's ending. At least, that's what everyone's saying.
This sky, I don't like it.
Ready to fire, sir. Welcome to the New World Order. Fire! Just close your eyes and listen. Tell me you can't hear that. Her rallying cry.
Planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies.
We can overcome our fate.
Am I the same as these monsters? Am I even human?
Okay, we're looking for Sephiroth. Think you can find him?
Oh, Sephiroth, you say?
So you heeded the call too, did you?
What are you talking about?
As you can see, your brother.
Oh my god! Look at those chocobos!
What are you talking about?
As you can see.
Look at that shit! That chocobo's climbing up a goddamn wall.
Your brothers down there are having a little get-together.
They're our best chance of finding Sephiroth.
Yeah. I ask because I suspect there's soldiers suffering from cellular degradation.
Do not be deceived. You know the truth. Trust in me.
Sephiroth!
Come on!
On me.
Excuse me. Could you look after my friend? Just for a bit.
A weapon?
Tutelary creatures, said only to appear when the planet is in grave danger.
Who dares disturb my slumber?
Oh, yeah.
It's upon us. The reunion. When worlds merge. I'm waiting, Cloud.
Okay, so... on 2 discs. Always on 2 discs. I want to know if it's the same storyline. Like, is it? Is there anything changed about it? From this point, Final Fantasy VII really opens up at Cloud and Code Travel. Alright, I want to see what they have here. And also, how many times are we gonna re-release the same fucking game? Like, I'm all for nostalgia, but goddamn. There are also a handful of characters we couldn't control in the first outing. Vincent Valentine, the best Final Fantasy character out there. Fight me. Is a direct continuation of the overarching narrative first introduced in the remake. And regime reimagines the plot, the world, and cast. The game takes place on a nondescript world simply known as the planet. See? Like, seriously? We can't even fucking name our planets? Get your shit together. At least in the fucking Star Ocean. All the planets have fucking names. Even if it's Earth. Centers on the journey of the principal characters as they seek both to end the tyranny of Shinra's electric power company, who controls the in Midgar, blah blah blah, and then Sephiroth, a legendary veteran of Shinra's elite soldier unit of enforcers, who's attempting to summon the destructive magic known as Meteor and wound the planet to an extent that he may join the life stream and attain godhood. Rebirth will span on the events of leaving Midgar to the Forgotten Capital from the original game, through the order in which locations are explored is not the same as the original game. For example, the visit to Wutai will be, say, for the third installment. Alright, so I forgot Cloud's a fucking hippie. Big eco-terrorist. So it's more or less the same story, sort of. What's plot? Yeah, so it's more of like an extended version of the original story. That's really all it is. But what's gonna come after it? Like, they're obviously planning something else. Hey, Mr. Bunny. Okay, so there's like 2 trailers. It looks like that's the one I don't think we saw this one.
We're still here at the scene of this terrible disaster, caused by a massive tornado which swept through sectors 0, 1, and 2. Amidst the wreckage of the expressway, search and rescue operations are already in progress.
Wow. Just look at it all. It's so green. Even after everything we've done to it, it's still going strong.
It may look that way, but in reality, it's barely hanging on.
What is that voice? Who does that voice? Holy shit. Why does that sound so fucking familiar? That's what. Oh my god, he does his voice for fucking Star Ocean. I was like, wait a minute. I've heard this voice before. Albert, the twink in the new fucking. Is there anything else he does that I know? Are these all video games? No, it's a movie. Oh my god, he's One Punch Man. Holy shit. How did I not put that together? Like, you hear fucking voices for so long, and you think you would know them. Makes me question how you do voice ID, like, in criminal cases. Like, because some voices sounds just, like, sometimes it takes a while for you to really recognize the fact that you've been listening to this voice for fucking forever. Wow. He's done a lot of stuff. A lot of Gundam. RPGs. A lot of voices in Spyro. Oh, he was in Sword Art? That's cute. Okay, back to this.
What's Cloud been doing these past 5 years? Where's he been?
And you're asking me this?
This is gonna sound crazy, but as far as I know, Cloud was never in Nibelheim 5 years ago.
The life stream. It is the very essence of our star. The blood coursing through its planetary veins.
According to Hojo, they're connected to Sephiroth. Shadows of the Man, I believe he called them.
Sephiroth was in Midgard. We fought him. Whatever happened, he's alive.
But why come back now? After 5 years, doing who knows what?
Well now, think we woke it up?
Angered it, more like.
Feast your eyes on the Turk's latest and greatest, Elena.
She may be new, but she's still a Turk.
Keep her away from me!
They say she's a monster, that she can peer inside you, into the very depths of your soul, that she can become those you hate, those you fear, those you love.
You murdered my dad! You burned my village!
You know that I killed her. So, who is she?
Okay. 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 That's cool.
Fantasy VII Rebirth was revealed to the world. This came via a teaser trailer that was shown during the Final Fantasy VII 25th anniversary celebration. It provided some hints as to what we might expect from the next installment into the Final Fantasy VII Remake project, while also revealing that it would indeed no longer affectionately be known as Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. Since then, speculation has been rife.
Of course. They're gonna do the thing that they did fucking with Kingdom Hearts. There's remake, rebirth, rebirth 1.5. I don't fucking know.
As to what Rebirth will contain. This speculation has been fueled by the announcement that the remake project will be a trilogy, that somehow the events of Crisis Core will end up being canonical to the project's conclusion, and that even though events shown within Rebirth may take place out of sequence compared to the original game, all major set pieces will still be featured in some shape or form. Based on the trailer that was shown within the Summer Game Fest, some of that now makes a bit more sense. And it's why we're excited to take you through some of the finer details we spotted after going through every single frame of the trailer with a fine-tooth comb. So, here are some of the things you may have missed from the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth trailer that just dropped during Summer Game Fest. The first 20 seconds of the trailer were high energy, showcasing a news report from the Shinra News Network. It showed the bodies of Barrett Wallace, Tifa Lockhart, Red 13 and Aerith Gainsborough being carried away on stretchers by members of the Shinra Public Security Forces. Thanks to the presenter, we learnt that this sequence is being reported live from the Midgar Expressway, and that it depicts the aftermath of the huge tornado that ripped apart Midgar at the conclusion of Final Fantasy VII Remake. What's curious, however, is how this small segment is framed. Prior to the newscast footage commencing, the dark devastation of the tornado was shown, but only for a split second, and we're led to believe that this is from the past as opposed to the present. This small split-second scene was then used as a segue from the wider perspective of the damage through to the footage of the aforementioned characters being carried away. And what's interesting is that this second cut is the same footage, but with much more degradation. Looking a bit closer at the remake scene, there are numerous black objects swirling around in the sky. The assumption here, based on what happened during remake, is that they are whispers. What's curious is that when looking at the wider perspective news footage from the aftermath, there are also black objects swirling around in the sky. They're just now a lot less erratic and much fewer in number. This could simply be debris, as we can see grey coloured debris floating closer to the camera. But these black objects can be seen in the background too, near the Mako reactor. There's also the potential for them to be birds, but some of the shapes are quite odd, such as this one.
That's way
It
too
could point
fucking
that the
in depth. It's
whispers
just
are
fucking
still active,
debris,
or
dude.
that the whispers are dying following the incident. In terms of the party members, it's unclear whether they're alive or dead, but there are some interesting nuances around design. For example, Barrett no longer seems to have tattoos on his arm. We also do not see any other injured civilians at all, and perhaps most crucially, we also do not see any footage of Cloud. Amongst the cleanup crew, the majority are regular security Shinra officers, although the colour of their nightsticks seems to now be different. This could perhaps denote them as being more from a specialised branch, or that the designers just wanted to change the colour. Every other aspect of the design has remained the same though, as has the design of the elite security officer that's seen. The other very curious element around this sequence relates to the voiceover from the newsreader. They make specific mention of Sector 1 and 2 being ravaged by the tornado, but also Sector 0. This may mean nothing, but Sector 0 is pretty infamous for being the gateway to Deep Ground. Even though this part of Shinra did not feature within the original Final Fantasy VII, it became a prominent part of the compilation. During Remake, the party ventured into a small part of Deep Ground, but it was within episode Intermission that the clearest implications around future usage were given, as both Nero and Vice were present as antagonists. After placing focus on Aerith's body, the tone of the trailer then shifted. A black feather was seen falling from the sky, a clear reference to Sephiroth, and this was accompanied by visual and audio glitches used to denote the conclusion of that initial passage. There are numerous theories about what this might all mean, but it's clear that those initial 15 to 20 seconds were purposeful, used as a way of hinting how the timeline may have been affected by the actions taken by the party at the end of Remake. And this is further emphasised by one of the glitches revolving around the feather, including a very short glimpse of what appears to be Zack Fair. Next, we see Cloud opening some doors into a huge green environment. It's so lush with nature that Aerith is shocked that such places still exist on the planet. Based on the exit location and the general flora and fauna, we can assume that this is on the eastern continent. The exit is most likely from the Mithra mines, and what we're seeing is the road to Junon. Further evidence for this is that fights within this setting have Midgar in the background. The focus then reverts to environmental set pieces and important locations. First, we see the Chocobo Ranch. Outside of this location looking much more developed than it was in the original game,
So cute.
What's interesting is that it appears to be a fixed location, akin to Sector 5 within Remake. This can be hypothesized by Red 13 and Aerith taking up fixed positions within the setting, as opposed to following Cloud around as they had done when running around in the field. It also seems as though Chocobos will have a much greater impact on gameplay than they did during this segment in the original game. From the UI, we can see that it's now possible for Cloud to mount and dismount Chocobos in the field, but there are also commands relating to scent and scour. Based on the wording, this suggests Chocobos may be used as a way of finding things within the field. The UI also hints to 3 different types of objectives, with further field sequences showing more, including the gold star and a silver waystone. The next location featured was Cosmo Canyon. Confirmation that the party will venture here was provided by an updated version of the sequence where Bugenhagen explains the role of the livestream. This representation of Bugenhagen is very similar to the original concept art. Huge sleeves, shaded glasses and feathers within his hair. Bugenhagen is also floating, but we were unable to see how large the green ball was. The Nibelheim flashback
Show
was a
me your
typical
balls!
theme within the original game, and we
Wanna see
already
those
knew it would feature
balls?
following the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth teaser trailer from last year. Here though, we got some kind of hint as to how the sequence in Calm would play out, and that the context will now be quite different. The trailer also then features more degraded footage after Tifa speaks, and this time it's focused around the reunion and the Sephiroth copies, or Shadows of the Man as they now seem to be called. How much focus there will be on this sequence remains to be seen. One thing we do know though is that the Mithril Mine will be given much longer time in the spotlight. Within the original game, the party did not dwell here for too long. It was mostly used as an introduction for Elena before the party ventured on to Junon. Now, it appears as though alongside fighting against Elena and Rude, the party will also encounter some other bosses, including this pretty big golem. What's curious about this particular fight though, is that only Barrett and Red 13 are present, suggesting that the player will again need to adapt to using predetermined parties made up of specific party members. We saw glimpses of Red 13's gameplay within Remake, but within that game he was unplayable, only appearing as an uncontrollable ally. Naoki Hamaguchi, the director of Rebirth, had said Red 13 would be playable in Rebirth, and it appears as though we will gain access very soon into the playthrough. During the aforementioned sequence, we can see that Red 13 will have access to regular attacks and what's called Vengeance mode. There are also a few other intriguing elements to the UI, such as the red materia appearing within Red 13's command menu box, something that is later shown associated with other characters. There's also 5 pips underneath the ATB bar. It appears as though Aerith's unique ability has also been changed. Within Remake it was called Tempest, but it now appears to be Ward Shift. Now Elena has always been a fan favourite, and it's great to see her given the spotlight within this trailer. Her design has a distinct narrative quality, as unlike the other more established members of the Turks, she's the new kid on the block, and as such, her outfit is pristine. That's not to say there aren't unique aspects though, as Elena has a pin badge on her shirt collar. Perhaps the biggest reveal of the trailer though was Junon. But not just that, what could be seen atop Junon, the Highwind. The lead up to this area will also be more run down and industrial, but we can see that fights will take place within wide open areas. What's curious however is that during one of the encounters where Red 13, Cloud and Barrett are selected as the main party members, Aerith and Tifa are also visible within the field and seem ready to act. This could suggest that the player is either able to call upon their aid via support commands, or that there's a party swap mechanic being incorporated so that as the cast builds, certain characters don't just fade into the background. These elements could then be complemented with synergy attacks that were introduced within episode intermission, as time was spent showing that they're returning and the scope has been increased. We saw attacks between Aerith and Tifa, Yuffie and Red 13, and Cloud and Barrett. The final point of focus was around Jenova. During Final Fantasy VII, Jenova Birth was encountered when aboard the cargo ship to Costa del Sol.
YouTube is the new home of NFL Sunday Ticket games.
However, within the English translation, there wasn't really much context here. It appears as though Rebirth will spend a lot of time delving into Jenova, with some very pointed lines shown within the trailer. It was known within the original story, thanks to conjecture from Gast, that Jenova was able to fight against the Cetra by mimicking the forms of people they knew, lulling them into a false sense of security before pouncing. It's unclear the actual context here with these lines, as it's a trailer voiceover and they're notorious for being cherry-picked and misleading. But there are certain implications that Sephiroth will be doing some pretty strong work on attempting to sow seeds of doubt amongst Cloud and the rest of the party. The trailer also revealed 2 other pieces of crucial and intriguing information. The release window has been updated from winter 2023 to early 2024. This is what we had speculated for some time, as Creative Business Unit 1 have a penchant for releasing games within the first 3 months of a new year. This means there's a very strong chance we'll see 7 Rebirth between January and March, as April marks the start of a new fiscal year for Square Enix. The other piece of information related to the size of the game. 7 Rebirth will ship on 2 discs, and it will be the first PlayStation 5 game to do so. There have been numerous conversations about the scope of Rebirth, but given they've been working on this game for some time, and Kitase has spoken about how much more efficient they are now, we can expect Rebirth to be much, much grander in scale compared to Remake. As for where the game will end though, well, we still don't know. The only thing we do know is that we'll be going at least to Cosmo Canyon. Either way, we now have months upon months of speculation to look forward to as we build up to launch. And it's going to be fascinating to see how much they choose to reveal and how they will go about attempting to market this game given what we already know. How are you guys feeling about the trailer though? Did you
Is there a trailer that I didn't see? Watch that.
What we've done, that's set in stone. The past is forever. But the future, even if it has been written, can be changed. So focus on the future, not the past.
He wants to finish what he started. He wants to reclaim his birthright and rule over the planet with Genova at his side. I saw you lying there. I figured it was too late.
Wait, what are you implying? That I died? That I'm some kind of imposter?
You were here with me 5 years ago. Where are you? What happened to you?
I'm trying so hard to find you.
Sorry. Feel like I failed you.
Okay. Well, all in all, it looks interesting. Maybe I know my boyfriend said he's definitely gonna buy a PS5 just so we can play this game, so I'll have a chance to play it eventually, I guess. But yeah, no, that's interesting. Oh.
Lately, one way I've been able to help keep my mental health a priority has been through therapy using BetterHelp. After graduating college,
In 6 months, everything will change with Classic WoW. Do you guys think they're working on Cataclysm or not? Is this a Copium video? We're gonna find out.
Last month, Classic WoW turned 4 years old.
Alright,
Last month, Classic WoW turned 4 years old. We went through where the game began in vanilla, we crossed the dark portal into TBC, and we are well on our way to finishing up in Northrend. All of this in a far shorter space of time than it took originally too. Back then it would have been just over 6 years to get from vanilla to Kata. For us, it'll be less than that for sure. How much less though? Well, I suspect BlizzCon at the start of November will likely hold those answers for us. And just as the game changed so much from 2006 to late 2010, our Classic has indeed gone through many changes too. Back at the end of 2019 in the release of Classic, the majority of the community was full on no changes. Coming off the back of Battle for Azeroth, the second, not terribly well received retail expansion in a row, many were wary that Blizzard may seek to add features to Classic to modernize the game and take away from the Classic experience. And the players wanted that full-on Classic experience with all the warts intact. And whilst not perfect, it certainly did bring back a version of the game we've never really seen before. We had world buffs and people trying to grief them, PvP ranking in the open world before Battlegrounds, and your heals not going off thanks to spell batching, and so many more fond memories. Whereas in Wrath Classic now, we have had tons of general gameplay updates, and many more to come in the final patch. And let's face it, it doesn't make a ton of sense to put in general gameplay updates such as these for literally the last content patch of the current expansion, and for that to be it. We aren't going to kill the Lich King and then see a credit screen rolling saying thanks for playing, you beat the game, and then your character gets deleted and you have to go outside or something. This whole classic thing, be it in expansions or going back to vanilla, really is the gift that keeps on giving for Blizzard. Then again, I do get it. For a bunch of people out there, it's already decided in your mind. The journey ends with Arthas. Wrath of the Lich King is the cutoff point for Classic. After all, you know what's going to be happening next in the game, don't you? And you know what? I remember how many times I read that people were stopping Classic after Kel'Thuzad fell back in vanilla, that they weren't going to be playing TBC or later returning for Wrath. And I don't know, I'm just saying, between Wrath at the moment, albeit quite raid-loggy, and the new resurgence of Classic on Era and Hardcore, I reckon the player base is still in a pretty healthy spot. But as mentioned, Vanilla to Cataclysm was about 6 years of the game's history. Next year is coming up to a massive 20-year anniversary for the World of Warcraft MMORPG, and as much as the perceived vanilla era of the game was absolutely an important part of its history, by now there is much more that's came after that than during. People will have started World of Warcraft at all points through different expansions. There'll be soul patch of Cataclysm, midway through Warlords of Draenor, or even Battle for Azeroth, and for those players, that's when they actually got into the game, so they're probably going to look back well on those experiences they had then, even if the wider player base seems to think that those points in the game were bad for whatever reason. And if you know you prefer the more original vanilla feeling of the game, then that option is currently there for you.
Alliance.
It's not like we're getting either progression past Wrath of the Lich King or content for vanilla. At the moment, it's the best of both worlds, or at least it seems to be that way. And when I say best of both worlds, is that Cataclysm seems to be happening based upon the large recent gameplay updates. And if you didn't know, Blizzard have already said they're working on a new seasonal server for vanilla as well. And to be honest, what sets Classic apart as a game when compared to any other expansion at the moment feels as though that's the reason why it's currently seeing a huge surge in players. Many make out vanilla, TBC and Wrath as that original timeless trio, but having played and replayed them now, vanilla really has started to show itself standing out more and more. Not Cata, nor Wrath, nor even TBC had the same gameplay structure as Classic, and that structure is the main reason a lot of people are going back to it right now. As cheesy and overstated as it is, it's all about the journey, not the destination, has really been cemented to me as a big reason why vanilla does so well when compared to expansions. During expansions, the content really begins at the previous expansion's level cap. All that leveling that takes place before is kind of just a hurdle that Blizzard keep accelerating, reducing experience needed, making Elite Zone less dangerous, the heirlooms, the LFD, the list goes on. In Classic, you start at level 1 with next to nothing in your bag. There's no idea that you are the hero or there to save the world. You're sent out to deal with minor, trivial problems, to deliver items, to report news. Gradually you work your way up the levels and take on larger threats and do things which are worthy of merit. But even in the face of some of the largest challenges the player faces, there's always the idea that you are a smaller part of something bigger. In later expansions, there might have been a quest to go and defeat Cthulhu or Kel'Thuzad, and for you to be rewarded after having done that. In vanilla though, you defeat them, and then you get an item which you can turn in for a reward. It's a small difference, but it's details like these which matter. And in some ways, for me personally, it's almost vindicating after all this time to see something centered around leveling, such as Hardcore, being so popular. I spent Classic leveling each class to 60 as I just preferred doing that more than the endgame content. You heard people say they hated Classic leveling so often to where you would believe that enjoying it was a niche thing, but clearly that's not.
I'm not gonna lie, playing hardcore has been really awesome. The version of the game I've never really experienced, so I like it. And playing classic versions of the game from the time it came out up until now, experiencing a level of gameplay that I didn't get to experience back then, has been really rewarding. And it's definitely made things like retail almost trivial. I'm not gonna lie. I can understand why there are hardcore Andes. I can understand why people are all about the first 3 expansions, because it took like some brain power, a little bit of brain power, and like you like if you really want to be good, you have to know your class and other classes. And I know a lot of people say that classic is easier, but I think it takes a little more skill than people give it credit for. I know that sounds, and I don't know, maybe it's a hot take, but that's how I feel.
Not the case. On top of that, Classic set itself apart by being full of items that wouldn't have even been considered for a few seconds by a modern design team, such as Magic Dust, a rare drop from a level 18 or so mob that instantly applies a 30-second sleep. Gnomish Mind Control Cap lets you take control of much higher level players, Goblin Rocket Helm, another instant way to CC a target for a long time, and there are many more examples. This total lack of anything being balanced kind of worked in a way for vanilla though. If everything's overpowered, then nothing is overpowered. It's just up to the player to grind, farm, and straight up be more of a degen than the next guy to come out ahead. And in some way, that's very much what MMOs are all about. But as Classic has progressed, the Blizzard have started to become more hands-on with their changes. Back in Vanilla Classic, I remember there being a community uproar over changing water textures. There was even someone who made an add-on emulating what the LFD did for vanilla, and people lost their minds over it so much that Blizzard added new restrictions to the add-on API to prevent things like it from working. In fact, the blue post where they said they'd be doing this is probably the most upvoted blue post I've ever seen. Whereas nowadays in Wrath Classic, among other things, we have cross-faction battlegrounds, class changes, major gameplay updates such as the Titan Rune dungeons, account-wide collections coming next patch. Oh, and the WoW token too. A lot has changed in Classic since 2019, both at Blizzard and for the player base too. I used to get the idea that Vanilla to Wrath Classic were the classic games, and beyond that things changed significantly. But I think nowadays that line of there being a before and after for the classic version of the game just isn't as clear as it used to be. And in some ways it does feel like there is a divide happening, which could actually work out quite well, to be honest. Why pick between continuing with expansions beyond Wrath or having seasonal updates?
Gross. Thanks for your gross ad.
When we can have both. I can tell you 100% that hardcore being as popular as it currently is only a good thing for vanilla fans worldwide, irrespective of whether you actually like hardcore or not. If Blizzard see this many people willing to go back and play the game again, that tells them that it's something that's worth investing into again. And at the end of the day for Blizzard, a sub is a sub, whichever version of the game you are on. As for the prospect of moving forwards into Cataclysm, I still maintain the first raid tier, that being tier 11, so Throne of the Four Winds, Bastion of Twilight and Blackwing Descent, is the best opening raid tier of an expansion Blizzard have ever made, and is also up there among my personal favourite tiers of all time. The Firelands was also very highly rated by many players, but then we get to Dragon Soul, and people don't like Dragon Soul.
Okay, the first 4, like the big 4, but then Dragon Soul. Like, Dragon Soul, if you're good at moving, and you're good at I don't know, like as a caster, like moving isn't my thing. So I definitely fail. But back then I was on my paladin and I still was terrible. I don't hate Dragon Soul. I just hate the fucking Deathwing fight. But Firelands was my jam. I started becoming a real fucking degenerate when it came to, like, fucking Firelands. Like, that's when my downfall hit. Like, I was just, like, a normal, casual little gamer who didn't know shit about the game, and then Firelands hit, And I was like, I love this. I must go further. I must go deeper. I must be better. And I went so fucking hard. It was like when I started really coming out of my shell as a gamer too. Because up until that point, I was afraid to interact with people. I definitely didn't get on any voice. I listened to people on Vent, but I never really talked. My name, my Battle.net name is a dude's name for a reason, because the one time someone found out I was a girl, because I like, someone whispered me, and I still have the screenshot of it, of asking me if I wanted to be their girlfriend, and I'm like, how do you even know I'm a girl? He's like, because you said that, and I was like, oh fuck. He's like, you are a girl. And I was just like, and I didn't know how to ignore people back then. I put them on a block. I didn't know anything about the game. So I'm just like being harassed by this guy telling me to get off my computer and go make a man some dinner. And I was just like, yeah, I'm never going to talk to anyone again in this game. And then Kata came out. I joined a guild, my very first real guild, that raided. And they helped me get my character like in line to raid. They helped me learn about how to play it better. And then I finally unmuted my mic and during the Firelands raid one night and said, it was just a hey, and everyone assumed I was a dude for the longest time. And they're like, oh wow, hey, that like, and it was one of those things where like I finally got to know people around me. They're like, it was like an awkward like silence for a while, and someone was just like, so I thought you were a guy. And the whole fucking raid team starts laughing, and I was just like, oh yeah, no, I can be a guy though. And okay, it got like, it literally opened up from there. But I remember being in Firelands, and that shit was just, I loved that raid. It's a part of my like WoW history, that whole expansion. That's really important as far as me as a player. So, and then Dragon Soul came out and crushed my fucking hopes and dreams.
Maybe it's the end of tier raid letting the whole expansion down, when typically the end of expansion raids so far have all been pretty great. I mean, we have had mediocre raids before, Mount Hyjal, revamped Naxxramas, and even our current raid, Trial of the Grand Crusader, come to mind, but none of these are at the end of an expansion. Maybe that's where the difference is. When everyone's in that final tier, that's when the biggest payoff comes for your character in terms of power during the expansion. Anyways, the point is, with options of having both versions of the game, there could be a world where raiding content mainly takes place on the current expansion, but those longer term goals in terms of leveling characters can take place on vanilla realms in between this. In fact, with Classic Hardcore having come out recently, that's pretty much exactly what I've been doing. I mean, running Ulduar for Flare of the Heavens, which just never exists, and doing Trial of the Grand Crusader is not the most thrilling content at this point in time, but it doesn't take that long, and I definitely want to do ICC on 25 Heroic. You've got to gear up for that. Though there were many changes with Cataclysm that people don't look back on too fondly, such as the old world revamp, it appears as though vanilla, in some capacity, will still be there, just on a different part of the Battle.net launcher. And that just seems like a good thing to me. Also, who knows, when we were going into Wrath, Blizzard removed the LFD from the game. They even made a point to announce it straight away, as I guess they thought it was going to be a super easy win. And then the players went, hey Blizz, where's the LFD? Put it back in the game for over a year straight. And now we're getting it in the final patch of Wrath. I genuinely wonder if this is going to happen again with LFR. Cataclysm raiding is a step up, you know. If those participation numbers drop enough, Blizzard might feel it's time to put this system back in the game during Dragon Soul, and if people ask for it too, well, who knows what could happen. But for the time being, to be honest, the future of Classic is looking pretty great. We're about to get Icecrown Citadel, the second big hit in terms of raiding during Wrath of the Lich King.
I can't wait for that
Classic
shit.
Hardcore is going very strong. It's definitely early days, yes, but make the most of it while you can. Classic Era has gained a huge amount of traction, both from vanilla enjoyers going back to it, as well as I imagine a constant influx of the Fallen from hardcore servers. BlizzCon is in early November, the first actual physical BlizzCon in how many years now? Surely they will want to make some kind of statement with that return. It also lines up very well for news on Cataclysm, or whatever's happening after Wrath. Also, maybe there's even news for the next seasonal WoW server, and perhaps we can will Classic Plus into existence and Blizzard commit to adding new content to Classic instead of just doing expansions again. We could dream, right? Either way, in about 6 months or so time.
Oh, so my boyfriend was telling me about that, where there's this idea that they floating around about Classic
In
Plus.
6 months, everything will change.
6 Plus or Classic Plus is basically Classic WoW, but with like all the stuff that they didn't put in WoW afterwards. So like things that like they left out but are still viable. So I don't know. That sounds kind of cool. Like a whole new different game with a different storyline, but it's still World of Warcraft. That sounds pretty cool. I don't know about anyone else, but I think it sounds cool. I'd play it. Oh.
Matt Mercer's Final Fantasy dreams come true. It was revealed in a new trailer for Final Fantasy Rebirth, the remake of the classic Final Fantasy VII, headed for the PS5 next year, that Matt Mercer will be voicing everyone's favorite vampire, Vincent
Yes. Okay. I support that. Vincent Valentine's my favorite fucking character, and Matt Mercer is a fucking dreamy ass motherfucker with a fucking voice. Ugh, that voice. Who doesn't love Matt Mercer's voice? That's another short.
What meals do they serve on a bus?
They don't serve meals.
Peanuts?
No.
Drinks?
Nope.
Bathroom?
Use a corner like everyone else.
Humans are wrong. That's me in the corner. That's me taking a whiz over there. Just look away. Gonna be here a while.
Oh, I was watching that interview that was on Netflix that this dude did. Pretty interesting stuff.
Meet your next pillow. Why do we make our pillow in the shape of a cube? I'll tell you.
I'm planning a trip to this place called Soul City. It's a town here at the edge of North Carolina that exists on Google Maps but is missing on many others. Back in the 70s, this was an ambitious and experimental town, built and led by Black Americans. A utopia on thousands of acres of former plantation land that would help them gain social and economic power.
It was the dream of one man, civil rights activist Floyd B. McKissick, who for a time found an unexpected ally. Republican President Richard Nixon. A lot of the town got built, a clinic and an industrial park. People started moving in.
All right, so it sounds like Nixon just wanted to segregate people. No lie. Like, sure, I'll support your idea for a town run and lived and led by black people. Keep it away from white people. I'm sure that's what fucking Nixon was thinking. There's no fucking way that guy had some sort of ulterior motive other than segregation. I don't believe Richard Nixon wasn't a racist.
But the reason you don't see it on most maps today is because it doesn't exist like it was supposed to.
If you ride around today, you're going to see empty buildings, vacant buildings. But you have to remember that at one time they weren't vacant. We were rising, we rose up.
We were just getting there. We were just becoming viable. That's when the rug got pulled from underneath us.
So, whatever happened to Soul City?
Floyd B. McKissick was a prolific civil rights activist.
Also,
By
Shiro,
the
thank you for the
1960s,
follow
he
on
was the
Kick, my
first
friend.
black law
Welcome to
student
the
at
Imp Army,
University
comrade.
of North Carolina. He was an attorney defending activists arrested at protests. He led one of the most pivotal civil rights organizations in the U.S., and he was also one of the organizers of the iconic 1963 March on Washington. Here he is next to Martin Luther King. But McKissick believed progress for Black Americans had been slow and inadequate. So for years, he set his sights on one big idea.
What if there was an integrated town where everyone, especially racial minorities and the poor, could thrive? A planned community where Black Americans could chart a new path towards equality. He called it Soul City.
He was a soldier in World War II, and he'd seen cities getting rebuilt over in Europe after they were completely destroyed and demolished. And he was intrigued and fascinated by the way you could rebuild cities and rebuild communities.
That's McKissick's son.
I'm Floyd B. McKissick Jr.
He's a former North Carolina senator and attorney, and was director of planning on the Soul City project.
Oh, I was extremely optimistic. I mean, I felt that Soul City represented new hope, new opportunity, something that could epitomize the American dream.
I mean, we lost King, we lost Kennedy, we lost another Kennedy, we lost Malcolm X. There were so many things happening around us that there was a reason to say, let's build ourselves an economy and live our lives another way.
That's Jane Ball Groom, a native New Yorker who started working with McKissick in the late 1960s, back when his company, McKissick Enterprises, focused on bringing new Black-owned businesses to Harlem.
Are you in this photo?
This is me. It was a time of hope. We were hopeful that he could do anything he wanted to do.
Unlike groups like the Black Panther Party, which embraced distinctly socialist values,
All power to the people!
McKissick embraced the idea of Black capitalism to make his vision of Black power a reality.
That if capitalism existed in our country, that African Americans needed to be part of that economic mainstream. They deserved an opportunity to share in building their communities.
How do you get money? We're not born with it. We can build our own businesses.
McKissick's plan was for Soul City to foster industry, where the money would flow from businesses to the community. He also had expansive ideas of what the community would offer, like sports facilities, a pool, parks, a daycare, residential villages built beside churches, bike paths, a shopping area, housing for senior citizens, a health clinic known as Health Co. Inc., and WOTLK 1, a huge 73,000 square foot building designed to be an incubator for new industry that could bring 24,000 jobs. Your job would be no more than 10 minutes from your home. This would be a place where people of all ages, races, and religions work together. A city without prejudice, without poverty. A brand new, shining city. By the year 2000, they projected 50,000 residents.
But in order to build this new town from scratch, one that people and businesses would want to move to, McKissick needed funding and political support.
Luckily, by the late 1960s, the U.S. government was interested in moving people out of densely populated areas and into new towns with economic opportunities. In 1968, they launched a program under the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, which would offer financial assistance to a select few proposals for new towns across the country. McKissick saw it as an opportunity to finally make Soul City happen, but to get access, he'd still need political allies. In 1968, he first pitched his idea to President Lyndon B. Johnson, but Johnson soon decided not to run for re-election. So McKissick took his idea to the new leading Democratic candidate for president, Robert F. Kennedy. Kennedy supported the project, but in June of 1968, he was assassinated. McKissick then made a calculated decision, one that was incredibly rare and controversial for Black activists at the time. He looked to Republican candidate Richard Nixon, who was favored to win the next election, and hoped that he would support his project.
It's about survival, and sometimes you have to learn how to play the game.
Later that year, Nixon won the election, and then did something surprising. He actually supported McKissick's dream of an anti-racist town. But why?
No one sees the world quite like an airline, but the world we see below us is...
The Republican Party looked a lot different back then. It was focused on appealing to the broadest possible number of voters. It's why we see Nixon's deeply conservative policies, including the start to the devastating war on drugs, alongside brief moments of liberal policies.
We have passed new laws to protect the environment. Tonight, I therefore propose a
Bullshit,
new
Nixon!
family assistance. I am also proposing a major expansion of daycare centers.
It wasn't because Nixon necessarily cared about these policies. It was just part of the plan to diversify his base. And that meant seeking out Black activists, too.
One of the things that President Nixon supported and was intrigued by was his idea of Black capitalism and Black entrepreneurship. Soul City fit in neatly within that umbrella.
In 1969, McKissick Enterprises publicly announced plans for Soul City.
The former head of CORE, Floyd McKissick, offered an idea today
For creation of a black-built, black-owned town.
In this new town, persons will be able to control their own destinies.
McKissick said he anticipates federal aid in planning and developing the town.
In 1971, Soul City submitted a proposal to HUD for funding. Around that time, McKissick officially switched to the Republican Party and became one of the most prominent Black civil rights activists supporting Nixon's re-election.
Whoa.
And by July 1972, his alliance with Nixon paid off. Soul City was chosen as one of only 13 proposals for HUD's New Towns program. McKissick Enterprises would receive 14 million proposals for.
So Ganandagan, or Ganadada, I hate that fucking word. I know exactly where that is. And Riverton. I didn't know those were part of them. Though I don't think that's. I can't remember how to spell. I just looked at it. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's very nearby where I live. As you can see, there isn't a whole lot around. A lot of nothing. I didn't know it was part of like Macedon, but that actually makes sense. This is basically my backyard, this fucking area. Anyway, what else do we got here? Newfields, Ohio, Shenandoah, Woodlands. That's interesting. I wonder what these. Let's see. I wonder what some of these look like now.
For HUD's New Towns program, McKissick Enterprises would receive $14 million in federal funding. It was the first development company led by Black Americans to create a new city with government funding. That didn't go down well with everyone. Soul City had critics. One of them was a newly elected North Carolina senator named Jesse Helms, a deeply conservative Republican and a segregationist with a long record against civil rights. He was opposed to Soul City being a part of the state from the start. He couldn't get in the way of federal support for the project, but he'll come up later in this story.
McKissick chose here in rural Warren County, North Carolina, to build it. It was thousands of acres of former plantation land with almost no existing infrastructure. But reclaiming this space was important.
Its history was significant. A community that represented the future and a land that represented the worst of our past. An old former plantation built by slaves.
We were coming out of what was so dark into another light of, this is possible for us now. We can be somebody in this country.
Oh, okay.
Warren
So
County was-
hold up. I got a few people I didn't realize in my activity feed here that have followed me today. Harry, Steves, and Shiro. I know I said something about Shiro, but both of you, thank you for the follow. Unfortunately, Kick doesn't have any integration, so I never know when I get follows over there. I do my best, though, to try to look over. Anyway, thank you so much for the follow, guys. I know this is like a hard switch. We just went from talking about video games to like politics, basically. But I'm very interested now in this. Like, why did it fail?
Also one of many areas in the American South that had experienced waves of outward migration over the past several decades. Black people moving from rural to urban areas in search of jobs. But Soul City was designed to create a reverse migration, moving people back to the South.
He said, we need to change the face of the rural South. He needed staff to go south. I said, I'll go. So I talked to my husband, and I said, well, I'll go for 2 weeks.
Jane was one of the first people to move here, and she never left.
I've been in Soul City since January 1970. We had young engineers just getting out of college, architects from all over England, Africa, certain places in the United States. Soul City was at that time literally a university on how to grow a town. We were all students.
By 1973, McKissick Enterprises finally broke ground.
Finally construction. This was what became the Soul City Boulevard.
We took raw land that did not have water and sewer, did not have roads, and we had to really build that infrastructure. Our first major project was a regional water system that not only provided water to Soul City, but provided water to a region. It was the largest regional water system built in the state of North Carolina at that time. It continues to operate and function to this day.
Being around people who were involved with building was transformative. Everything was a clay dirt road. Seeing a tractor trailer coming down on a Monday morning, hearing buzzsaws and smelling paint, and seeing old roads transferred into cement roads, live paved driveways, it was simply amazing. So you became tall. I'm 5 feet, but those days I was 5'7", because I knew I was somebody. To be young, gifted, and black. I was raised as a Negro child in Mount Vernon, New York, but to be a whole new persona, you become something else.
Introducing custom t-shirts. Sticker Mill makes it easy to turn any design into a custom shirt. Promote your business.
Also built out
I hate
electric,
ads.
a fire department,
So much.
a park, and recreational facilities. They built out the health clinic, along with the massive WOTLK 1 industrial park, which would become the new home of all of McKissick's planning operations too. And they built the first of 3 planned residential villages, where Jane lives to this day.
Wow.
But by the late 1970s, Soul City still had less than 200 residents, even though they'd projected thousands by then. And they had no real commitments from big businesses to move here, even though McKissick was trying to court companies like General Motors. McKissick had a vision, a team, and infrastructure. So where were the people?
1973 dramatized U.S. dependence on foreign oil.
We're in an energy crisis now. We have at present an absolute shortage of natural gas.
In the 1970s, industries were hesitant to move or invest in new areas. This was a problem. Soul City was the only new town that was trying to build in a rural place that was truly freestanding. The other projects were coming up next to bigger urban areas that could provide jobs.
Rochester, right there.
There was also the question of its name. Even though Soul City repeatedly branded itself as a multiracial community, some believed it invoked the idea of an all-black town.
If there was a city that was, say, 70% white and about 30% black, people would think of that as a racially integrated community. In Soul City's case, if we had been 70% black and 30% white or mixed races, people would have thought of that as an all-black town.
Then there was Jesse Helms and his attacks on Soul City.
When have you ever heard of a senator fighting to stop the flow of funds into their states or into their districts? It's contrary to everything that one would logically think about. Those are the types of projects you would embrace. But Jesse Helms was to be candid, a segregationist who never repudiated his views.
His final attack came in 1975, when the country was still reeling from the aftermath of Watergate.
5 people have been arrested and charged with breaking into the headquarters of the Democratic National Committee.
The biggest White House scandal in a century. The Watergate scandal broke wide open today.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
Helms capitalized on the scandal and the fact that McKissick and Soul City were tied to Nixon. He accused Soul City of various financial wrongdoings, repeatedly calling it a waste and a boondoggle. And Helms, along with another North Carolina congressman, demanded a federal audit on the project. That investigation froze HUD funds and progress for over a year.
It had kind of a killing impact on Soul City's reputation.
The Raleigh News and Observer wrote a series of articles on alleged mismanagement of funds at Soul City. They ran editorials, including cartoons of...
It's always a fucking white man. Like, it's always a fucking white man. That's got that has like an inferiority superiority issue where like he needs to feel big and bad and superior, and something makes him feel inferior and threatened, so he has to project so fucking hard. I fucking hate people.
Of McKissick that slowly destroyed public opinion.
They could not conceive of an African American development company going out there and having the expertise and capacity to build a new town. They thought there was fraud, they thought there was abuse, and all types of allegations were made.
By December 1975, a government audit cleared Soul City of any major wrongdoing. But it was too late.
I went to lunch one day. I was coming back into WOTLK 1, into the parking lot, and one of the workers stopped me with this, Jane, it's over. I said, what do you mean it's over? He said, they've shut the project down.
The bad press had scared people and big business away. And in 1979, HUD pulled the plug. It would no longer fund Soul City.
Today, the Department of Housing and Urban Development said it's cutting its ties to Soul City, North Carolina.
There have been hopes that industry would come here. That never happened. That's why the government concluded the project would never make money.
I think racial prejudice is what makes people say we have failed.
I just don't know what we're going to do. I'm too old to move anyplace else. You know, I wouldn't like to move. We love our home here.
Without federal money and without industry here, this town will not survive.
McKissick couldn't fund the project on his own. He had to foreclose and sell off most of the land.
Today, you can still see a few remnants of what once was.
There's the church and the old WOTLK building. The clinic operated in the community for decades after Soul City shut down, but it's been closed for years and is now abandoned and overgrown with plants. And then there's WOTLK 1. Today, it's been taken over by a new industry, a prison work complex.
It does not symbolically incorporate what my father would have thought of as providing a second chance for people. Soul City represented a second chance.
The remains of Soul City are a testament to what they were able to accomplish with little funding in short time.
Within a 7-year period of time, we had built the roads, the houses, the complexes. From nothing came a lot. We rose up, red clay to what you see today.
The park, pool, and sports facilities still serve the community, as well as the roads and water infrastructure. Many of the homes along cul-de-sacs remain, though just a handful of the original Soul City residents still live there.
I didn't want to go back. I said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here.
Floyd McKissick also never gave up on this place. He lived here until his passing in 1991 and was laid to rest in Soul City near the home he and his family built. Though his dream was cut short, to his family and friends, this will always be a place that embodies possibility, not failure.
That's what Soul City is. It's about hope. It's about dreams. Did it become the reality that we envision? The answer is no. But can we learn from that? And can we think about what that symbolizes in terms of moving forward in America? The answer is absolutely yes.
Thanks for watching. I'm
Nice. It's unfortunate because that was excuse me. That was a really ambitious thing. It could have been really nice. Unfortunately, people always gotta ruin nice things, right?
We're gathered here today to
Of strongman is in its purity. You can have a sport like basketball or baseball and think to yourself, yeah, but in the end, what's the point? To entertain, to profit? Is the ball jumping through hoops? So am I. But in strongman, the whole idea is crystal clear. I want to be the strongest person to ever exist. You might argue that Tyson in his prime could beat Ali, or that LeBron would have beaten Mike in 1v1, or you think that you have to judge a competitor against the competition of the time. The good news is that in strongman, there's no argument. How big of a rock did your favorite guy lift? Yeah, well, my favorite guy lifted a bigger one, case closed. A problem with other sports is that a lot of them require a lot of skill, but people won't know unless they see you do it. You can be the best skater in the world, but unless you're at the skate park or thrift shop, no one's going to have any idea. But if you're 6'9", 400 pounds, and cause the plane to list to one side on takeoff, people are going to say, hey, is that half Thor Bjornsson? And your lifetime of struggle will have been worth it for that moment of validation. Even the names of the world's strongest men sound powerful. Hafthor Bjornsson, Zydrunas Savickas, Alexei Novikov, Magnus Ver Magnusson, Martins Licis, Mateusz Kielikowski, and of course Brian, which I pronounce perfectly on account of my English language abilities. The great thing about strongman is you don't even need a reference point to understand how good these athletes are. Every guy watching MMA or boxing always thinks they could land a punch or two on Floyd Mayweather, or maybe even knock him out with their lucky haymaker. But when you watch strongman, you have to say, admittedly, I probably couldn't do that one, as you nervously glance at your wife to make sure she's not leaving you. Strongman competitions have their roots in many historical tests of strength, from Scottish Highland Games to feats of strength by circus strongmen, and even going back to ancient Greek mythology when Sisyphus was punished by Zeus to endlessly push a boulder up a hill, only to watch it roll back down as he reached the top. The story goes that every morning he would wake up, inhale 2 scoops of creatine, huff some ammonia, watch a Larry Wheels video, and get ready to smash a new PR, bringing joy and meaning to his otherwise tedious and wasteful life. Similarly, one of the hallmarks of strongman are the Atlas stones, named after the Greek titan Atlas, who is often depicted holding up the heavens and earth on his shoulders. While we now know it's actually just turtles all the way down, at the time the concept was quite inspirational. The 80s were when strongman first became popular as an actual sport, creating legends like Bill Kazmaier, John Paul Sigmarsson, and a host of iconic strongmen that caused many to consider this the first golden age of the sport. Prior to this, strongman featured a ragtag group of strength sports athletes competing on the side of their main gigs, and the World's Strongest Man organizers still thought it would be a good idea that instead of using weights, they put a couple girls in cages, attach them to a bar, and have an event called the Girl Lift. While culture has moved on since then, it's only with hindsight we're now able to realize how fucked up it was to ask a girl what she weighs. During the 80s, organizers, realizing that women were real people and not physical objects whose only purpose was to be lifted for as many repetitions as possible, tried instead to objectify the men, ensuring everyone had the shortest shorts possible, and for a brief period introduced sumo into strongman, where the legendary strongman Bill Kazmaier basically scared his opponents into giving up. While events like sumo were quickly thrown out because even though it provided the much-needed boost to strongman's sex appeal, it was simultaneously when Mr. Olympia had fully transitioned from posing trunks to posing thongs, canceling the extra viewership potential and creating one of the most popular hobbies for straight men ever since. Bill Kazmaier was the man who dominated strongmen in the early 80s. He won World's Strongest Man in 1980, 81, 82, and then the organizers banned him from participating for essentially being too good. While I'm suspicious of that narrative because it doesn't make any sense, I'm going to run with it because it upholds my fantasy. He was athletic, an elite powerlifter, and all around built for strongman. One of the greats of strongman in the 80s and a rival to Bill Kazmaier was John Paul Sigmarsson, who won World's Strongest Man 4 times and was famous for doing a 1,005-pound axle deadlift and exclaiming, "There's no reason to be alive if you can't do deadlifts." He then died later doing deadlifts. If you think I'm giving you the perfect layup to write a pun in the comments, you will regret it in Valhalla. Nevertheless, despite great competition in the 80s, strongman as a sport in and of itself spent most of this decade and the next lost in an identity crisis, trying to figure out what kind of sport it was and what really made a man strong. Was it his mind? Was it his heart? Or was it being able to lift a 345-pound tree trunk above your head? No one truly knew for some reason, and strongman fell into a competitive lull. Other than having arm wrestling that ended how every popular arm wrestling clip usually does, the 90s were an overall boring time for strongman, as more important things were taking up people's time, attention, and money. I was being born without my permission, the internet was being called a fad by Nobel Prize-winning economists, capital investment was pouring into children's cartoons, cereal advertisements, and anything to sell mass-manufactured products to Western millennials with an exorbitant markup. While all of these pieces of plastic were fucking awesome, it wasn't the time or place to lift heavy things. But the time was soon to come. In the early 2000s, strongman was still somewhat dormant, but re-emerging from hibernation, where the only person winning things because of rules around international competition and lack of anyone really being all that good was Mariusz Pudzianowski, who admittedly was the first strongman ever who wasn't quite as statically strong, but was really fast and had great endurance on account of being jacked out of his goddamn mind. While he is one of the most athletic and decorated strongmen in history, popularized the sport immensely because everyone thought, well, why isn't he really fat? And maybe one of the best strongman ever, pound for pound, I will reiterate that the spirit of strongman, where our hearts and souls have all...
I wouldn't consider all strongmen fat. I think that there's a certain amount of muscle mass that is built up, and then like the amount of calories it takes to build that kind of muscle mass just makes you like forever hungry. I don't know. Like there is a certain caloric intake that like they're big guys, sure, but like also like they're big guys that carry around a lot of weight naturally and then unnaturally lift like even heavier objects. And they're not like lazy by any means. They're doing much more than lifting to get like that kind of strong, right?
Always been is who can lift the biggest rock.
Look at that
and
potato.
He did not usually lift the biggest rock. And so in the eyes of many observers of the sport, we all thought, nah, I wouldn't choose him as the best strongman ever, but this is of course how I would look if I tried strongman.
It starts with me.
With this new popularization of World's Strongest Man and a shift in marketing due to internet popularity, many event changes occurred, shifting from somewhat heavy things done quickly to extremely heavy things done some of the time. And after 2008, when everyone's leveraged CLOs went tits up, it was obvious to most men that if you couldn't get rich, you might as well get strong. And we had a well-rounded and dynamic international competition where Zydrunas Savickas established himself as arguably the greatest strongman of all time. He was immensely statically strong, known particularly for his overhead press, but more importantly, he ultimately cemented an image in our collective brain cells of what a strongman looks like. A regular tall fat guy, but with a weightlifting belt. As Big Z moved towards retirement in the mid-2010s, he ushered in the peak of what has been called the era of the Giants, where the likes of Brian Shaw and Hafthor Bjornsson, 6'8" and 6'9" respectively, became the focus of the sport, along with Eddie Hall, who is instead about 6'8" in circumference. Most strongmen historically have been about 6'3", barely qualifying them for Tinder, and the challenge of these new height differentials meant that one of the most important factors in any strongman competition would be what the events were going to be. Because generally speaking, any event where you needed to move something along the y-axis, like deadlift or overhead press, would favor hydraulic refrigerators like Eddie Hall, while events that required weight, leverage, or grip advantages like the Fingal's Fingers, truck pull, or the keg toss would favor the even bigger boys. The Giants era was really a new golden age of hype around if these new human blueprints were going to destroy all previously known limits. And while Brian Shaw dominated for several years through overall well-roundedness, near the end of this era it ultimately became more a pursuit of breaking world records in specific categories. Eddie only won World's Strongest Man once, then said, "Fuck this, I'm going to be the first person ever to deadlift 1,100 pounds. Hafthor also won World's Strongest Man once, then said, "I'm the guy who launched Pedro Pascal's career, I'm going to lift this tree, then I'm going to deadlift exactly 1 kilo more than Eddie." This annoyed Eddie, and they of course settled the dispute the only way that makes sense. Taking the obvious next step, all three of them are now YouTubers. Since the end of their rivalry in the late 2010s, we began the modern era of strongman, which seems to be the age of specialization. While everyone wants the title of World's Strongest Man, especially me, focusing on individual records is much more practical. Guys like Tom Stoltman, who is himself 6'8", has mastered the art of lifting the biggest rock over a bar. Mateusz Kielikowski has mastered the art of lifting the biggest rock onto your shoulder, and Eddie Hall has mastered lifting the biggest rock for the most ad revenue. Guys like Martins Licis seems to just be doing his own thing. Despite there still being healthy competition, the biggest debate in strongman is the direction the sport is going in. While the last World's Strongest Man was won by my fellow Canadian and time traveler Mitchell Hooper, event selection still is the determining factor in most strongman contests. I think that a good way to address biased event selection is create events where the weight and what you're supposed to do with it is standardized, but the shape of the weight is not revealed until the day of the event. This allows athletes to prepare for the event, but not specialize specifically for the task. For example, you could have the small rock, the big rock, medium rock for reps, rock toss, rock pull. Really, the options are endless. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Now, while you may not...
Okay, that was cute. I'm gonna take a break, stretch, and we'll figure out what we're gonna do from there. So get yourself some water. I'm gonna get myself some water, and I'll be right back.
Samples. Bitch, I'm the truth, and that's facts like Snapple. Niggas talk a lot, but it sound like cap though. These bitches say they rap, they don't really rap though. I kill it when I'm done up, and I kill it when I'm natural. I be chillin' butt naked in the castle, and bitch, I'm about to blow like a birthday candle. Boss Bay, all day, and it's fuck what a hater gotta say. Boss Bay, all day, pretty brown little bitch from LA. Cinnamon toast crunch in the morning. Call up my favorite boss nigga when I'm horny. And he can't get none of it if he corny. Cause that's the type of shit that have a bitch on Maureen. I don't scare none of these niggas, tell them how it is. I prepare all of these niggas, tell them we just friends. Then I send these niggas packing like they doing bids. Hurt your feelings in the mix and that's just what it is. Boss Bay, all day. And it's fuck what a hater gotta say. Boss Bay, all day. Pretty brown little bitch from LA. Cancer got me feeling like his favorite daughter. You bitches dusty and your lips crusty. Hating but you wanna pick, bitch, don't touch me. Face card pretty, you know God don't like ugly. Face card pretty, you know God don't like Skin glowing cause I hit the water in Jamaica. Ain't got no flavor for a hater, bitch, I'm highly favored. I bought a crib next to my crib cause I ain't want no neighbors. I mind my business, I ain't tripping. God said I'm his favorite. Yeah, God said I'm his favorite. My favorite clothes, my birthday suit, they love when I get naked. My favorite drink, my haters tears, it costs for celebration. Ayy, here's a toast. Who you love the most? from the cloud. Why'd you here? How you hating from the couch? Track star, I run a bitch's mouth. Ayy, 4 shots in, feeling sexy. All my niggas gon' call, gon' text me. I love it when they say my name like Disney. I just give a little, gotta pay to get the rest of me. And I'm finna blow kamikaze. Ayy, pussy doing like Waukee. Ayy, it got the ass on fat. Make it, baby mama wanna block me. Ayy, bitch just jealous. Hoe can't match my style, no necklace. Bitches ain't haters, they just wanna take selfies. Shade room comments full of wanna be besties. Couple niggas tryna get the V like Eddie's. Wish a bitch would, don't try, can't check me. Hating on me now, you was hating already. I don't fuck with hoes, these hoes too messy. I got a nigga eating ass, just met me. Cause I'm nasty, get a lot of head, these niggas can't pass me. Had Joe nigga eating pussy just last week. If you want the nigga back, just ask me. Bitch, be happy. I got receipts that can ruin your family. I ain't finna argue with a bitch and her carry. Ayy, he is not mine, not yours, let's share him. And I fuck with bitches, I can help with your appearance. Yeah, I'm like that. These bitches suck, y'all bitches like to hype that. Everything I drop, try to do it just like that. Damn, I ain't even copyright that. Mic check, hoes acting weird, that's why I don't play nice, babe. I been living life cause you don't never get a night back. You hoes ain't writing y'all shit and I don't like that. I don't like it.
I'm a bad bitch and I got bad anxiety. People call me rude cause I ain't letting them try me. Saying I'm a hoe cause I'm in love with my body. Issues but nobody I can talk to about it. They keep saying I should get help, but I don't even know what I need. They keep saying speak your truth, and at the same time say they don't believe. Man, excuse me while I get into my feelings for a second. Usually I keep it in, but today I gotta tell it. Not that anybody gives a fuck anyway, but everybody talking shit probably sucks anyway. Y'all don't even know how I feel. I don't even know how I deal. Today I really hate everybody, and that's just me being real. Yeah. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, bad bitches have bad days too. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, bounce back high, bad bitch always do. All I really wanna hear is it'll be okay. Bounce back cause a bad bitch can have bad days. All I really wanna hear is it'll be okay. Bounce back cause a bad bitch can have bad days. If I could write a letter to heaven, I would tell my mama that I should've been listening. And I would tell her sorry that I really been wildin'. And ask her to forgive me cause I really been trying. And I would ask please show me who been real. And get them from around me if they all been fake. It's crazy how I say the same prayer to the Lord and I always get surprised about who he take. Man, I'm really thinking about dialing 911 till I free, cause they probably won't think it's that deep. And I don't do drugs, so I never get a time when I'm at ease. I can't even handle smoking weed. Marilyn Monroe, my favorite hoe, my favorite bad bitch, I think she the GOAT. Jamming to Britney, singing to Whitney. I just want to talk to somebody that get me. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, bad bitches have bad days too. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, bounce back high, bad bitch always do. All I really wanna hear is it'll be okay. Bounce back cause a bad bitch can have bad days. All I really wanna hear is it'll be okay. Bounce back cause a bad bitch can have bad days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, bad bitches have bad days too. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, bounce back high, bad bitch always do. All I really wanna hear is it'll be okay. Bounce back cause a bad bitch can have bad days. All I really wanna hear is it'll be okay. Bounce back cause a bad bitch can have bad days. say whatever it takes to make you jump down to the floor and make that motherfucker quick. Like clap, 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 and throw it back. Yeah, had to remind him that he fucking with a savage. I pull up on you and I change your life drastic. He talking crazy, but he blamed it on the acid. Baby, you capping, I ain't tripping on ya. Like my style, I got my drip from California. Pack my bags in and I brought it all to NOLA. This shit ain't average, baby. I thought I told you. I thought I told you. And I pray for this. So I put in work habitual. Flip the bread, do it again, just like a ritual. Hit my two-step, bitch. Put my funk sway. Melrose cruising, he gon' do whatever I say. Throw a stack, 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 stack of racks, bitch. And if the beat live, you know Lil Ju made it. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Post me a pic, finna make me a profit. When the liquor hit, then the bitch get toxic. Why the fuck you in the club when niggas wild? I've been lit since brunch, that shit. Order 42 for the table, let's pop shit. Missionaire or doggy style on my top shit. Pussy ass niggas hating on me from the closet. Hoes trying to call me a snake, shit. I guess I can relate, cause a bitch spit a whole lot of venom. And since these hoes all rats, when they come around me, all I see is a whole lot of dinner. I walk around the house butt naked and I stop at air mirror just to stare at my own posterior. I don't give a fuck who talk behind my back, cause the bitch knew better than to let me hear. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, hands on my knees, hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, hands on my knees. Hoes say they wish a bitch would, and I'm a genie. Bitch so hot, gotta stay in bikinis. He got a girl, but he keep begging to see me. I love it when a nigga got a mouth full of VVs. No, I'm not a patient, better let him treat me. I gotta be a doctor, how I'm ordering CCs. Go to your place, no face, no case. 99% tint in a blacked out race. I remember hoes used to clap for me happily. Now I'm bossed up and them same hoes mad at me. Acting like they riding whole time trying to pass me. Watching me go through it, still trying to drag me. Acting like you winning if you think about it actually. Are they supporting you or really just attacking me? I don't give a fuck about a blog trying to bash me. I'm the shit per the Recording Academy. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, hands on my knees, hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, hands on my knees. Drinking out the motherfucking bottle on my thigh shit. Everything I eat goes straight to my pockets. 2021 finna graduate college. Got first shit, I'm a real hot topic. Fucking on a nigga, make him sing on some pop shit. I need a real headbang on some rock shit. Pussy like crack when it hit it like dope. Got a real hot box, but a bitch don't smoke. Hot girl, but I'm still the coldest. Hey, I'm the big homie, but I ain't the oldest. Bitch dry hating, trying to get noticed. Man, ain't nobody come to see you, Otis. Look, how many bitches lying if they say they boss is better? They really puppets, so I really gotta go at Geppetta. I'm really talking, but it really can apply to whoever. My pen a freak, it'll go after a bitch or a nigga. Big bank, take little bank, bitch, add it up. Hoes taking shots, but they ain't in my caliber book. But I squeeze a little head in my calendar, looking in the mirror like, damn, I'm bragging up. LVs, double C's, Birkins, I'm working. My chain ain't hitting if a bitch ain't hurting. Look, I ain't even finna argue with a bitch. One thing I know, two things for certain. None of these hoes saying shit to my face, and none of these hoes finna see me at the bank. And I'ma keep talking all the shit that I want, and I dare one of these hoes come tell me I can't. We ain't even speaking if the nigga ain't spinning. He could never say that I was one of his women. I don't even let niggas know I stay. I be damned if you think you popping up on this pimpin'. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, hands on my knees, hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, hands on my knees.
All right, we're gonna. I'm starving. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find some stuff to watch, and then I'm gonna start my oven, and I'm gonna preheat it, and then I'm gonna put a pizza in there, and then I'm gonna eat that pizza. And throughout this whole thing, we're gonna watch stuff because I'm really fucking hungry. So pumpkin spice tier list. All right, we're gonna watch this stupid video, and
I got a tape I want to play.
I'm gonna preheat my oven.
Hey, it's that magical time of the year. It's the season for pumpkin spice everything, their huge marketing push. So we're going to try all the pumpkin spice limited time items and tier list them. I like pumpkin, so I probably will like most of this.
I like the spice side. Like, I don't like just pumpkin pie and stuff, but I like some pumpkin spice. So we'll see what we're cooking with.
Start it with Wendy's because they're really
Yeah.
shoving that down everyone's throats with ads.
Here, let me clear us some room before Danny yells at me.
Good job. Now I'm going to yell at you for that instead.
You contaminated our workstation.
This is the third time in like a week we've dumped coffee all over this table.
Let me do some on your side.
Yeah, if you mind, can you spill over here a little bit?
All right, so we're going into. You want the Wendy's Frosty to start?
We'll do the Wendy's Frosty.
I'm going to carefully move the almonds.
So this is pumpkin what?
Pumpkin spice Frosty from Wendy's. They did a PR push for sure, because if you look it up, everybody's like, it's the thing of the year. Everybody loves it. But if you watch videos, people are like, it tastes like ass.
So it's very thick.
Yeah,
I can't.
Frosty's.
This procedure's
You
not
could
going
go at
to
it with a
work.
spoon if you want.
Yeah, I think we got a
spoon
spoon.
me, Blazer. All right, good.
All right, I'm good.
All right, let's dive in. Do you love it?
That's all right. It's not amazing. It's fine.
The people online who were saying it was horrid are out of their minds.
They're saying it's horrid?
Yeah, they're like, it's disgusting, and it's really not.
It's not disgusting, but it's not
spiced ice cream.
It's not bad by any means. Like you're not gonna get a strong opinion out of me on this one. It's just very normal.
Yeah.
Super lazy.
I like it. It's yummy.
Yeah, you seem to like it quite a
I
bit.
like it. I also like that. I don't taste much pumpkin. It's just kind of like cinnamon. Pumpkin. Yeah, there's no pumpkin in here. Do you see how they treat me? Would you take control of your team?
I'd give that like a comfortable C tier.
I'm gonna go up to an A.
Yeah, I figured that was gonna
liked
be
it.
an A. You know, maybe the second bite's
Yeah,
better.
the first bite was to coat the mouth.
Yeah.
You just don't know how to eat.
That's definitely a C.
Okay. Here, let me see.
But I have seen a lot of pushes from Wendy's pumpkin spice this year. I've been getting a lot of ads in general on Twitter. Like yesterday, Lonzo Ball's dad, LeVar Ball.
Mm-hmm. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, well, he busted his son's ACL with those awful BBB shoes. But he's promoting an $1,800 set of gym equipment, which is just like a series of bars that he'll install at your house.
Oh,
So I keep getting Wendy's and then LeVar Ball.
LeVar Ball, hell yeah.
And I love the response because he's also releasing a new line of shoes.
Jesus
Christ. And most people are like, oh, this is just in time. I was looking to tear my ACL soon, so I'm going to have to pick up a pair.
I wanted to not walk for the next 6 months.
Yeah, thank you for supplying me with the optimal ACL injury item.
That was good. Don't throw that away.
Big thanks to Starforge for sponsoring today's video, and also we have a huge announcement here for Starforge. Yep, this is reality. You're not dreaming. That PC, that beautiful machine is available today. It's an extremely limited run. All of it is custom artwork from Ricardo Jamie, the artist on our comic series Godslap, and it looks absolutely fucking amazing. But not only does it look amazing, it performs amazing. It features an RTX 4090 and either an AMD 7950 X3D or an Intel i9 13900KS, which are the two best CPUs in the game. You get to choose which one of those you'd rather it have. So again, huge thanks to Starforge for this. The PC is absolutely amazing. It is a limited run, so if you're interested, check it out. There's a link in the description. Oh, this is the iced coffee.
Watch this with a straw. That was a joke, by the way. It's an A. So I don't know who got the Wendy's one. Is this pumpkin spice iced coffee, or is it like infused with frosty cream?
I think it's the frosty.
Frosty cream. That's kind of what I read it as.
What an interesting chimera.
Yeah. Hold my opinion. Yeah, it's not good. That's not good.
This might be what they were saying is horrid.
It's got to be, because that was ice cream. This is ass.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, actually.
I hate it. I hate that. I'm going to go...
I like it more now.
I'm going to go D.
I'm going to go C. Wait, this kind of...
You put this and that on the same page?
Yeah, they just came out of nowhere, actually.
It's just shit coffee with some pumpkin flavor.
That might be why I like it, because I hate coffee, and that coffee's not super aggressive. It was at first, but now that I've been shocked...
Did you swirl it and stuff?
Yeah.
Like mix it up a little bit?
Yeah,
Maybe I just got the shit particles, and I got to mix those in. D.
I'll stick with C. You can throw that away, though. I didn't like it that much.
Don't listen to her.
Am I a mess?
Oh,
yeah, I'm gonna look really cool.
Yeah.
With a clean mouth.
There's a new process, in the filming room of don't talk behind the cameras, okay? That's a joke. You can say whatever you want.
How am I looking? Am I cool now?
Wait, here, use me as a mirror.
Am I good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks to the Google IT support certificate, now I'm working full-time at T-Mobile as a service desk specialist.
So this is the coveted Dunkin' Donuts pumpkin swirl latte.
Is this the 185 grams of sugar?
It's got to be. So reading it, it's got 4 pumpkin swirl shots, 4 vanilla shots, 1 whipped cream, 1 caramel drizzle.
That sounds so good right now.
Okay. This had that viral video where the guy's like, "This is 185 grams of sugar," and then he put the sugar next to it, and it was like this high.
Yeah, and it was like a bunch of donuts were the equivalent.
Yeah,
like
14 glazed donuts.
Yeah, so I'll make sure to mix it ahead of time.
Mm-hmm. That is absolutely atrocious. No, like legitimately.
Atrocious, like bad taste or way too much sugar?
I didn't even taste sugar. That is actually just coffee beans and nothing.
Well, you hate coffee. So.
I do, yeah. That was awful.
Oh.
That is actually atrocious.
I don't taste sugar either.
Did you get like the sugar free or something? Because that is fucking terrible.
I think that super high sugar one is the ice spice drink.
Oh.
Like the munchkins blended up in it.
Maybe.
Could we order that?
Yeah, there's a munchkin drink now.
This is what every time I drove down the highway, there's a billboard that just says "Drink your munchkins" and no info.
She has a pumpkin spice one, so it's got pumpkin munchkins in it.
Yeah, just order that with the Starbucks.
Yeah, let's get the Monstars.
That's shit. That's actually a full blown F.
Why? I know though, based on this, that there is an overabundance of sugar, and I taste none of it.
You're really searching for it too. You're digging deep. I appreciate that. You're trying to unearth the secrets.
I'll go D because I like coffee more than you.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely a
throw that over to
big
the
F
side.
for me though.
That's crazy.
I hated
a
that one.
Little water break in our waifu cups. And did you know you could use code MOIST to get 10% off on gamersubs.gg?
Yeah.
Gamersubs.gg/moist. All right, let's go on.
We can shout it out again later. You got the URL wrong, and it makes us look like amateurs.
Did I? Oh,
because you had to confirm with me.
Okay.
You need to be confident.
Well, he was just getting you in.
I
the
just
end.
wanted us to interact with each other.
Okay.
I was having some fun.
I'm sorry.
I knew what it was.
Wait, what was it?
This is cold.
It's gamersubs.gg/moist.
Nice.
Do it myself.
This is the Culver's pumpkin spice shake?
I think so.
Milkshake.
So you can see at the bottom, it's a vanilla base that they blend up with stuff. Was this pumpkin spice shake?
Yes.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, mix it up.
Yeah, I gotta get the flavor, get to know each other in there.
All right. The side says, "Are you looking at my concrete mixer? I know you are."
Man, that tastes like they blended up a Filet-O-Fish from McDonald's. I'm
That
not
does
kidding.
not make me
That
excited.
is
Whoa.
actually not good at
No
all.
shot, right?
Try it. That tastes like salmon, like old salmon. That is really, really bad.
So you're not wrong. Like it's
Someone else
clearly
needs to try this like ASAP.
It's clearly pumpkin, but especially with you saying that first, the first hit on your tongue, you're like, "Is that fish?" But it's definitely pumpkin. It settles down after
No
It
way.
just tastes
Absolutely
like.
not true.
Doesn't taste like fish at all.
That tastes like
actually.
pumpkin.
It just tastes
No
like
way that
pumpkin,
tastes
yeah.
like pumpkin, you guys.
I agree. It calms into pumpkin.
No,
That
yeah.
first hit. Maybe I had fish on my mind too much, but
Okay, I can't watch any more of this shit. Like I need something more entertaining. It's funny, but it's boring.
Is that a toilet?
The whole point of high school is pretty simple. It's 4
All right,
years
I'm
of
gonna go check
exposure
the
therapy
oven.
for your host of teenage insecurities, mixed in with a few facts about cell division. During this time, you're trying to answer the important mortal questions in life, like, who am I? Who are my true friends? What do I want to contribute to the world? What does a boob feel like? All questions you'll likely never find the answer to. So, one thing everyone tells you in high school is to be yourself. But the problem is when you're 16, pretty much the only thing you care about is trying to be like everyone else. Nevertheless, what they really mean is you should go out and pursue the things that you enjoy so you can figure yourself out. The problem is that during high school, other kids can be harsh and judgmental and make you feel like the hobbies and activities you enjoy make you lame and uncool. Fortunately, this completely changes when you're an adult because people are lonely and keep their thoughts to themselves. When you're in high school, your mind is young and impressionable, and therefore incapable of nuance. If someone laughs at your joke, now you're the class clown. If your crush gets a boyfriend, now you're alone forever. And if some kid makes fun of your sketchers, time to start writing the manifesto. As a teenager, this is the first time you really start to build a personal identity for yourself, and in high school, this is pretty low resolution. Athlete, jock, stud, gamer, whatever you prefer to call yourself. As you probably know, a lot of adults tell you that high school doesn't really matter, so you should just enjoy it. And that's true in the sense that there are hundreds of people you're never going to see again, so you do get a hard reset on the time you said orgasm instead of organism, or when you're in geography class and mispronounce Niger. But what that doesn't mean is that you shouldn't care about high school, because unresolved experiences and insecurities from your youth can affect you for your entire life. For example, one time I got rejected by a girl, and now I have 200,000 Reddit karma. Now, a lot of teenagers think they're invincible, but I personally didn't get that at all. I remember kids were doing drugs, getting girls pregnant, and fucking up the rest of their lives while I was at home studying videos of how to order at Subway. It is true, though, that no matter what, you are going to do a lot of stupid stuff in high school, and this is because your brain hasn't fully developed yet. In fact, science has shown it isn't until the age of 25 that your brain finally starts to develop. Until then, it's just empty space inside your skull where stolen mannerisms and personality traits bounce around aimlessly until they randomly pop out during conversation in response to anxiety. Of course, during high school, you mostly finish going through puberty, which means you unfortunately stop growing in both height and length. Through the process of puberty, your body becomes fully biologically capable of reproducing. Just in case. Now, one of the most important things in high school is dating, because for most people, that's when you have your first relationship. The thing is, it can be really scary asking someone out because you've never done it before, but it's really a pretty straightforward process. All you have to do is glance at your crush during class every now and then, make eye contact at some point, and then you just fantasize about your relationship for the next 3 years until they start dating someone else. The good news is that by the end of high school, you've been around your classmates for nearly a quarter of your whole life, so everyone has already made their mind up if they like you or not. So the fear of getting rejected really doesn't make any sense in this context, because if you ask someone out and they say, ew, no, it's not like they just decided that the moment you asked them out. They've been thinking that for years. In general, dating is difficult in high school because when you're a teenager, you don't really have any life experience, so there's not much to talk about. And you might be thinking, well, what if we go on a date, but they don't like me for who I am? Like, bruh, when you're 16, you don't either, so just leave it to your mutual fear of dying alone. One of the best parts of high school is graduating, because you think to yourself, damn, I was really stupid those last 4 years. Glad I finally get it now. And yeah, that's going to keep happening, so I highly recommend you keep that in mind literally all the time. Now, one of the worst experiences you'll get after you graduate is looking back at missed opportunities. You'll run into a girl you had a crush on years later, and she'll be like, honestly, I thought you were so cute in high school. And you'll be like, why didn't you tell me? And she'll be like, well, I am telling you now. And you'll be like, oh, but I needed to know then. As you waddle away sadly. What is genuinely good news about graduation is that you finally finished the tutorial and have begun the rite of passage into adulthood, where your path first splinters and differentiates itself from your classmates. Some of your friends will go into computer science at university because they want to become as charismatic as Mark Zuckerberg. Some of your friends will go into trades so they can afford to live and make more trades. And some of your friends will say, I want to take a gap year and travel, which means I want to have sex with Europeans. So whatever your dream, just know that you have a long life to achieve it, so no need to worry about finding a hot German girlfriend on your first try. And there's just one thing to remember when you leave high school and choose your path into the future. It's that student loans follow you forever and are legally unforgivable even under the circumstance of death. Now, express...
Oh, God. That's a terrible thought, but so true. Something needs to be done about servers on hardcore. What's this guy yelling about?
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to channel. Now, look, something needs to be said, or needs to be done, rather, when it comes to the Blizzard server stability. Now, first, let me get this out of the way. I am not a server engineer.
Okay. I don't like your voice. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Wow. There's so much garbage out in the world.
Spectrum Business is...
On September 21st, Ice Poseidon was streaming in Australia, and during that stream one of his fans found him, and then Ice Poseidon had the brilliant idea to pay the fan $500 to set up a date with a female escort, while Ice Poseidon and fellow YouTuber Sam Pepper record the whole ordeal for their live streams. The footage of this was posted on the Drama Alert Twitter account with the caption, Ice Poseidon arrested for sexual assault after getting a viewer an escort live on stream.
Did her mate say it's a setup? No, that's tossing. Slams the door shut. Oh.
Georgia Road from the Brisbane City Police Station, mate. Come over here. Okay, Constable Georgia Road from the Brisbane City Police Station. You're both currently under arrest for sexual assault. So come over here. Yes, seriously.
No.
Stand over here.
What? Well, hold on.
Sexual
Who's sexually assaulting?
Mate, just step over here.
Oh, yeah, sure, no
I'll
problem.
be fine, right? Oh, no more.
Ice Poseidon then responds to the tweet, clarifying that he got arrested because he got swatted and not because of any sexual assault. Drama Alert then updates the tweet to reflect what Ice Poseidon said. But unfortunately, that clarification didn't seem to make much of a difference after the tweet started spreading, as Fearbuck showed and commented on the Twitter video that Drama Alert shared by saying, man hires an escort on stream for $500. Then she receives a text from someone saying there's a hidden camera and people hiding in the room. TK Breezy quote tweets him and says, Sam Pepper, Ice Poseidon, and Kick. You already knew this story was gonna be crazy, laughing my ass off. Kick.
Oh, this happened on Kick? That's not surprising. Because Twitch would never fucking allow that. Twitch would shut that shit down immediately the moment you said anything about, a sex worker, right? Alright, I'm gonna go check on my food. You can hang out with Mufesto over here. He's, good company. Alright, I'm back. I have my food. Sorry. I'm sure he was great company while I was gone. And this shit is hot as fuck, because I just pulled it out of the oven.
Is so lawless, bro. Went to go dig a little deeper, and apparently this man in the vid is a stream sniper that they ended up liking, so they bought him an escort because he hasn't been with a woman for 7 years. Crazy backstory. Crazier idea to say, let's stream it, lol. Hannah Auntie says, that's literally Sam Pepper at the end. How has bro been allowed to sexually harass women on the internet for 10 years? Lilith Lovett says, can I get my money back? A creep and a loser. Good on whoever sent her the text warning her. Avi says, so he's going to catch a charge, right? Kat says, can this man go to jail, please? Like, what the fuck? Dijari says, this is the most disgusting, exploitative, and predatory shit I have ever seen live streamed. I am completely lost for words. How are you going to secretly film without her consent and then lie and block her exit too? Everyone involved deserves to be in prison. Also, people defending this by saying consent was given because he mentioned recording? Not sure how she can consent when not all facts are presented to her. Deliberately omitting how many people are watching / hiding people in the other room is extremely uncomfortable / predatory. Nobody would ever assume tens of thousands are watching when the other is recording potentially sexual acts. Also, what the fuck is with trying to block her exit? CC Marie says, this is so disgusting. I'm so glad a good soul texted her to let her know. The part that really scared me was when this creep tried to block her from leaving. So glad she was able to get away. Regardless of your opinion, sex workers deserve privacy and safety. StreamSync says, another reason the Kick community is very upset over this is because Eddie, Kick's founder and financial backer, was seen laughing in Ice's chat during the whole situation, showing that he not just posted one, but 5 separate laughing emojis during this incident. Jambo says, I'm sorry, but how are y'all seeing the founder and faces of Kick doing or allowing these awful things, and still feel safe and comfortable building communities there? Don't judge the streamers by the platform. This is much bigger than a platform. It's unhinged, unmoderated harm? Camilla Panda says, for folks waiting for Kick to make a statement about the near essay that was live streamed on the site, they did already make one. The CEO laughed at situation in their chat.
It does not surprise me that Kick has this stuff there. It is essentially Twitch before the moderation and integration. Not a shocker. Kick is pretty toxic.
Chat. While Ice Poseidon needs to be held accountable and banned, so does Eddie. The silence is deafening. Blonde Chipmunk says, I wanted to believe in Kick. I really did. But there's just been so many awful things that make you feel sick to the stomach witnessing. A co-owner was in the stream and just laughed. I will no longer be streaming on Kick, and will exclusively be on the Purple app. Pike2C says, Dear Kick, Kick staff, Kick's first class, and Kick's community. Accountability needs to start today. Action needs to be taken. Action needs to be transparent. Action needs to be appropriate. I think we are all aware of the actions by Eddie, Ice Poseidon, and Kick by now. There are many tweets discussing this, and I stand by those asking for action and condemning this behavior. However, here are the things I think Kick needs to implement because of the situation. Kick needs a committee that can take action on any streamer regardless if they are signed or not. If someone violates the community guidelines, action is taken. Yes, not all situations are black and white, but we need this. Conversations can be had, but actions need to be appropriate. A report button. Unless I'm blind, there is no way to report a stream for violating the community guidelines. Don't make this a report button that is pointless. Allow for a clip or timestamp to be submitted, and which community guidelines was violated. Have the committee review these and determine appropriate action. Global ban hate speech. Don't just star out the fucking word. Don't allow the words to be said. Don't allow variations of the words to be said. Allow creators to be able to submit words to be globally banned, and the committee to approve those words.
Not gonna lie, some people will thrive on Kick simply because it's unmoderated, unintegrated, and the Wild West is streaming right now. I know a few people that would thrive, personally. Someone who was recently banned off Twitch. Isn't surprising either.
Banned words should be banned from being sent to chat. If a banned word is sent by a viewer, log it in moderation actions so moderators and the streamer are aware of this individual. That way, if needed, we can ban them without trying to try variations of the words. These are steps in the right direction for the community after action is taken for the situation at hand. Let's make these things happen. Peach says, if you in any way, shape, or form still think Kick is somewhere to foster a community, you are part of the problem. A literal co-founder was in the stream and done nothing apart from laugh, even after she was blocked from leaving. The amount of slurs throughout the chat too. I went to watch the VOD to see what went on. Eddie was not there just once, but multiple times. The amount of times the T slur and the R slur were used in that stream too, actual hell sight. Miss Savage reacts to all of this by saying, this is not okay. Personally,
What's the R slur? Is it retarded? Is that what we're calling it now?
I have had nothing but positive experiences on Kick. The past couple months have been amazing, and I've met so many incredible streamers who inspire me, but I do not stand by this kind of content, and watching this made me feel so uncomfortable. Point blank, Kick dropped the ball on this one, and action needs to be taken immediately. Kick is a home for a lot of creators, including myself, and it is our responsibility to hold them accountable. I, for one, will do my part to make sure Kick is a growing community that is inclusive and safe for everyone. Now, it seems like Kick answered a lot quicker than most people were expecting, as during the live stream, Kick put a message in chat and pinned it to the top. It says, Kick is no longer able to support lingerie, underwear, pasties, G-string, thong, micro bikinis, sexual sub-goals, sexually suggestive poses, due to requirements set forth by Google Play and Apple App Store. We've had to temporarily hide your channel for 1 hour. In this time, if you could please change outfit or stream content to meet these guidelines, after 1 hour your visibility will return to normal. Please check your email for more details. We
Damn.
appreciate your understanding. Mudahar reacts to all of this by saying, this year the stream clips just get scummier and scummier. So fucking gross. Linklight responds by saying, crazy how Ice Poseidon is behind this one too. Bro just got out of jail and now he's going back to jail. LOL. Shade responds to Muda by saying, even worse, the Kick CEO was laughing in chat when it happened. Ice Poseidon responds to Mudahar by saying, here's your context, Mr. Penis, with this Twitter video.
Wondering if it's okay to film. Is that alright?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I charge an extra 100 for filming now.
Alright. Perfect. It doesn't matter what I do with the video.
And no, not at all.
Alright, perfect. Yeah, if I'll send you the details, just come on over. What's the price of this?
So it's $5.50 an hour or $6.50 an hour.
How to get the most of Grammarly free.
It's Kayla on behalf of Grammarly to
That purple couch, though.
That's alright. Filming? Yeah. Okay. That's my live stream?
Yeah, sure.
I'm Andy.
Nice to meet you.
How are you?
Definitely cannot hold the door shut.
Yeah.
You have to let her go.
No.
Resolve everything. I was about to hold the door.
Yeah, I did.
Definitely cannot hold the door shut.
Yeah.
You have to let her go. You cannot hold the door shut.
Okay.
I was about to fly. If you would have stood there for a second longer,
No, I would have let it go.
I was about to fly out of the room and just try to resolve everything. But I don't know how that was gonna go. I was gonna come out of the room and be like, hey.
Well, she knew you were in there.
Mudahar responds by saying, don't really know what the context was supposed to add. Didn't say what you did was illegal in any way. I just found it gross. Even after watching that, I still think it's gross. Ice Poseidon responds by saying, at least 2 girls 1 cup is grosser. Earbuck tweets out that they just got locked up. And Ice Poseidon responds to him with this clip in the caption, wasn't a hidden camera. And I got swatted after not arrested. Buck adding to the Twitter cancellation nonsense. Figure your shit out, Twitter. It's legal content that even the police wrote off as legal and safe. For the lawsuit, buddy. Public apology or it's coming. Please and thank you. Fearbuck responds, dude, really? That found out the he came in while he was streaming to say shit. Stand up guy.
That I have made a severe lapse of judgment in life. And I know that with a little severity, y'all are fucking life. Honestly, but everybody on Twitter.
Okay. Someone did something gross and slimy on Kick. Not a surprise. I'm gonna wash my hands. It's all sticky. And kind of gross from eating. Once I come back, we're gonna get into some World of Warcraft. So, buckle up.
This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl.
If they don't pay your bills, pay them no mind. Move on to the friend if you wasting time. He calling again, then bitch hit decline. Cause when they forget, then you must remind. Such a big deal, ahead of his time. I keep it on chill, a hint of that lime. I'm in the field, most of the time. Lord out of the ghetto, they must have a shrine. Hallelujah, what it do, yeah. If you want it, gotta bust a move, yeah. If they offer one, tell them two, yeah. Baby, make them play by your rules, yeah. I'm cunt, straight like that with a little bit of stunt. Cartier frames, let me see what I want. Red dirt and concrete mixed in a blunt. If you got a problem, we can take it out front.
This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now.
Peter
This my pussy, I can do what I want.
VA loves you, baby girl.
This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want.
We gon' take this round the world.
This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl.
A good thing all up in his face, but I ain't got no time to waste. The only thing that keep me safe is my safe. The bank is the only thing I'll ever chase. A love I never can replace. Speaking of, I'ma need you to pay me like you're paying him. Might put that word on my Timbs. I just bent one of my rims, so you know I need them ends. Plus these baby need pampers, more hunts for the dancers. And if she give you a shot, then you better romance her. Straight shooter on the answer. Ho, pull up, diamonds all up in my grill and my Justin Clue. Complimenting my bubble goose. I came up on a sunny Dell and a jungle juice. You do not want me running loose, no.
This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now.
Pop it.
This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now.
Peter
This my pussy, I can do what I want.
VA loves you, baby girl.
This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want.
We gon' take this round the world.
This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl.
24 carats all up in my hydro. Mention my name, all the real girls know. I'm like an exclusive sneaker. Coming through the speaker, they line up to come see the show. A natural born killer, but I'm a knee spike to direct my thriller. Girl 47, aka carrying VA to BK, baby. We back again. Look to the baby mamas in Tallahassee. On their paper rotten to keep it classy. My Detroit girls to keep it player. Love to the grannies, auntie Southern maids. Get shit done, shake it, bake it, rig it. But girl, don't break it. Stack it all up, let nobody take it. Call them on the bullshit, nobody fake it. Say what you gotta say, fuck how they gon' take it.
This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now.
Pop it.
This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. This my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. No glory, let's go. Yeah, the old me used to love a Gemini. Like a threesome, fucking with them every night. A lot of two-faced people show me both sides. So I figured out I gotta be my own type. They used to say to get a man, you had to know how to look. They used to say to keep a man, you had to know how to cook. But I'm solo in Soho, sipping soju in Malibu. It's I me, myself, kind of attitude. 'Cause I'm my own soulmate. I know how to love me. I know that I'm always gonna hold me down. Yeah, I'm my own soulmate. No, I'm never lonely. I know I'm a queen when I don't need no crown. feeling myself. I'm 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 feeling my. I'm with some hood girls looking back at it, and a good girl in my tax bracket. Got a black card and let sex have it. These Chanel bags is a bad habit. I do balls, down Mavericks. My Maybach, black matted. Bitch never left, but I'm back at it, and I'm feeling myself. Jack Rabbit, feeling myself. Back off, cause I'm feeling myself. Jack off. He be thinking about me when he wax off. Wax on? National anthem, hats off. Then I curve that nigga like a bad horse. Let me get a number 2 with some max sauce. Or on a run tour with my mask off. I'm feeling myself. 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 I'm feeling
Sorry about that. I just had like a really like anxious, overwhelming feeling that I didn't turn off the oven, but I did. I did turn off the oven. So it's just my anxiety. All right, we're gonna get to playing some World of Warcraft because it's that time. We might pack a fresh bowl too. That sounds like kind of like a good idea. Don't you think?
Bitches ain't got punchlines or flow. I have both in an empire also. Keep getting gifts from Santa Claus at the North Pole. Today I'm icy, but I'm praying for some more snow. Let that hoe let that hoe know. He in love with that cook. Why you bitches don't ever be learning? You bitches will never get what I be earning. I'm still getting plaques from my records that's urban. Ain't gotta rely on top 40. I am my rap legend. Just go ask the kings of rap. Who is the queen and things of that nature? Look at my finger, that is a glacier. Hits like a laser. Dripping on that work. Tripping off that perk, flipping up my skirt, and I be whipping all that work. Taking trips to all them keys, car keys got bees. With the queen bee, and we be whipping all of that tea. Cause we dope girls, we flawless. We the poster girls for owlets. We run around with them bowlers. Only real niggas in my cowlers. I'm the big kahuna. Go let them whores know. Just on this song alone, bitches on her 4th floor. You like it, don't you? Snitches. I'm not shy, I'll say it. I've been picturing you naked. I'm all lit, so faded. You look like a fucking painting. Big doe eyes, amazing. She's everything.
So last night we didn't finish our vault. We still got one more to do. And I'm sure I'm not gonna be satisfied with like anything lower than a 17 in my vault right now. So we're gonna probably do more than just one. Accepts me, I think she really likes me. I spill lightly and then I.
It's getting hot in here. I'm the Nelly in the party with some rocks for ears. I'm a slave for you, baby, Miss Britney Spears. I'm a Clover, she a Taurus, bring it on for cheers. And I'm sexy like Christina when I dip below. Not an H-Town girl, but I rodeo. Yippee, yippee, Kaye, welcome to the show. It's an all-girl party, clothing optional. Me and your
Sunday? Alright, I need to get some more potions and shit.
Hey girl, I can lick it, I can ride it while you slipping and sliding. I can do all them little tricks and keep the dick up inside it. You can smack it, you can grip it, you can go down and kiss it. And every time he leave me alone, he always tell me he miss it. He wanna F-R-E-A-K, I'm the baddest alive. He know the prettiest bitch didn't come until I arrive. I don't let bitches get to me. I fuck they man if they try. I got a princess face, a killer body, samurai mind. They can't be Nikki, they so stupid. I just laugh when they try. A thong bikini up my ass. I think I'll go for a dive. His ex bitch went up against me, but she didn't survive. On applications, I write pressure, cause that's what I apply. Pressure apply. Can't fuck a regular guy. Wetter than umbrellas and stickier than apple pie. I can lick it, I can ride it while you slipping and sliding. I can do all them little tricks and keep the dick up inside it. You can smack it, you can grip it, you can go down and kiss it. And every time he leave me alone, he always tell me he miss it. He wanna Chanel nigga custom down. Like what the fuck, the same Burberry custom brown. He said, could you throw it back when you touch the ground? And he said, do that pussy purr. I said, yup, me out. Hold up, fuck boys, ain't no need for you to roll up. Ain't no need for you to double tap, nigga scroll up. Keep these bitches on their toes like Manola. Be on the lookout when I come through. Bolo. Oh, wow, elegant bitch with a hoe glow. If it ain't big, then I won't blow. Any, more. Fuck is the T, I just F the G. Made him say, just ask Master P. Ball so hard, I just took a knee. Get me Rocky ASAP, nigga, worth the rate. Freak, some gala freak, gala freak, gala freak, freak, freak. I can lick it, I can ride it while you slipping and sliding. I can do all them little tricks and keep the dick up inside it. You can smack it, you can grip it, you can go down and kiss it. And every time he leave me alone, he always tell me he miss it. He wanna
Alright, let's pack a bowl. Let's finish the, like, beat ass hit in here.
season, but I'll give you all the passion for my fruit.
I got a girl lined up for every day of the week. No one ever dries up. I'm a freak. Yeah, the boy's been crying, cause my mind's been flying to the other side of the street.
No need to go to work, unless I'm working on your body. Hold you up, lay you down, staying up till the morning. Work hard in the sheets, we could stay here for a week. No need to go to work, unless I'm working on your body. Right for the picking, even when I'm not in season, but I'll give you all the passion for my fruit. Baby, I'm a fountain, water running down the mountain. At the bottom, we'll be lounging in the juice. Hey, right for the picking, even when I'm not in season, but I'll give you all the passion for my fruit. Baby, I'm a fountain, water running down the mountain. At the bottom, we'll be lounging in the juice.
Coming up for air, cause I've been living down there. One course meal, every time tastes unreal. Won the lottery, brushing up on my anatomy. If we get tired, charge your battery. Yeah, we non-stop burning calories.
No need to go to work unless I'm working on your body. Hold you up, lay you down, staying up till the morning. Work hard in the sheets, we could stay here for a week. No need to go to work unless I'm working on your body. Right for the picking, even when I'm not in season, but I'll give you all the passion for my fruit. Baby, I'm a fountain, water running down the mountain. At the bottom, we'll be lounging in the juice. Hey, right for the picking, even when I'm not in season, but I'll give you all the passion for my fruit. Baby, I'm a fountain, water running down the mountain. At the bottom, we'll be lounging in the juice. Juicy fruit coming through, wear that taste like perfume. Back it up to my room, I'll make you flower, make you bloom. Keep it fresh, morning dew. Always wet when I'm with you. It's like I'm living in the tropics when you drop that body on me.
Right for the picking, even when I'm not in season, but I'll give you all the passion for my fruit. Baby, I'm a fountain, water running down the mountain. At the bottom, we'll be landing in the
Right for the picking, even when I'm not in season, but I'll give you all the passion for my fruit. Baby, I'm a fountain, water running down the mountain. At the bottom, we'll be lounging in the juice. Hey, right for the picking, even when I'm not in season, but I'll give you all the passion for my fruit. Baby, I'm a fountain, water running down the mountain. At the bottom, we'll be lounging in the juice. Right for the picking, even when I'm not in season, but I'll give you all the passion for my fruit. Baby, I'm a fountain, water running down the mountain. At the bottom, we'll be lounging in the juice.
Take me for a tour in the whip. Peel a top back, showing off my expensive shit. Paid a pretty penny for the sauce. Call a weed man, tell him throw me in the extra zip. Smoking these bitches, I don't even need a clip. Face car, stay lit, give a fuck about a list. Stylish, never had a stylist. Watch me kick in the door like this my crib. Bitch, as if, baby, I'm far from your average. All my shit fly, living lavish. Package touchdown straight from Paris. Expensive habits, exclusive fabric. If I really want it, yeah, I'ma have it. Wait on who, nigga? I'm a bad bitch. Swipe the plastic and watch him bag it. Poppy call me on the FaceTime. Show him how the jeans sitting on the waistline. Let me turn around, show you what it's shaped like. Keep him on, let him take it off same night.
Another Friday night to get the feeling right at the bar when he sees her coming over. What you gonna do?
get ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Attack Puma. Now!
Oh, fuck.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
The fuck just happened there? Not the song I want to hear right now, Spotify, but I guess we're going with it because I don't want to reach over and get the next song button. So we're going with it, I guess. Yeah, no.
Watch your step. Attack Puma! Now! Target you. Get down! Target you. Get down! Attack Puma! Now!
Where is the totem? Excuse me.
Attack Puma! Now! Watch your step. Attack Tuma. Now! Watch your step. Watch your step. Attack Tuma. Now! Attack Tuma. Now! Attack Tuma. Now! Watch your step. Attack Tuma. Now! Watch your step. Watch your step. Attack Tuma. Now! Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Shockwave.
Get down.
Shockwave.
Get down.
Oof. That was the first major wipe that whole, like, this whole time, it feels like. Even though there's 12 deaths somehow, wow. It's been like, it feels like it's been smooth enough where we should time it, but I don't know. Oh. Probably not. I'm probably getting my hopes up.
Spread.
Get down.
Spread. Watch your step. Watch your step.
I swear I will get you to your destination. Trust me.
Range 5. Range 5. Watch your step.
Attack Puma! Now! Attack Puma! Now!
Watch your step.
Attack Puma! Now! Attack Puma! Now!
Watch your step.
Attack Puma! Now! Attack Puma! Now!
Holy fuck.
Watch your
That
step.
healer's having a rough time, it seems like. Oh, man.
Want you upset?
Attack Tuma! Now! Attack Tuma!
Want you upset?
Attack Tuma! Now! Attack Tuma! Now!
Want you upset?
Attack Tuma! Now! Attack Tuma! Now!
Want you upset?
Attack Tuma! Now! Attack Tuma! Now!
That sucked. He did like no damage to the totem. Oh, I take that back. It wasn't showing it. I had to fix it. Never mind. I was gonna say, did that hunter really not do any damage to the fucking thing? We've got to replace that 14. my wow, I can't read. My brain looked at that word and went, what? Even though I know it. What's up? Hi. Nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. I'm trying to do things. How's your weekend going? Oh man, I'm gonna need my other energy drink. This position. But I need to tell you something. Ooh, 11 p.m. and relaxing, nice. It's almost 6 o'clock where I am now, and I woke up, I went for a walk and got myself some sunshine, and then got myself an energy drink, and I've been just hanging out on Twitch since then. Now we can stay alone, you and me in this temptation. Nah, I mean, I was only out there for like 10-15 minutes, you know? But, I actually wear a moisturizer that has an SPF.
I now pronounce all of us married.
Welcome to the Imp Army, comrade. Good to have you. Also, sunshine's good for your mental health. Like, as someone who struggles with mental health issues, like, the sun is sometimes all I need to feel better. Like, I know that's weird for some people, but, for me, it's not. Sometimes you gotta touch grass. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, I know. I am the epitome of ladylike, aren't I? I'm not really, 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 really like you. Do you want me to? You don't say too much. I'm so in my head when we're out of touch. What I really want to do is get into a group with an Augie, but oh man, a 24. I don't know if anyone will take me in a 24. That's the problem. I don't think I'm ready for a 24. I try to make it as regular as possible. Normally I don't stream on Fridays and Saturdays, but I had the weekend off from both motherhood and my job, so I decided to stream. Normally I stream like Sunday through Thursday. The time shifts, depends on when I work and what my life is like, but it's usually like Sunday through Thursday for minimum of 4 hours, but I've been known to stream for like 12. Depends on what I'm doing, you know? Oh yeah, I'm enjoying it, as much as I can. Tomorrow I go back to work. At least I don't have to work until like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, right? And then I have Monday off. And then I go back to work on Tuesday. Oh, so currently, I am working to be a shift lead at Pizza Hut, which I know doesn't sound glamorous, but I've kind of given up on retail, which has been my main gig outside of like education and childcare. So for a while I did education and childcare, and then after like 4 years or so of doing that, I needed to be a stay-at-home mom. So it was a lot easier to do like part-time retail jobs on top of that, like when I could. And then I just kind of did retail as my main gig for a while. I was a pharmacy technician before I decided to go try run a retail store all by myself, kinda, and that didn't work out. And after that, and I got attacked by a customer. Basically, it was my last job in retail. It was very recent, and I quit. I just straight up quit. Like, I don't do being attacked by people. So I decided to change, like, I guess, like, job, like the career outlet, kind of. Like, I decided, why not try food service? And pizza's pretty easy. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, making dough, putting pizza in the oven, taking orders, it's all really simple. So that's why I'm going for like I'm being trained right now, like a fast track to shift lead, because I just, like, I'm capable of doing the person side of it. It's just literally learning about food. But yeah, like, I got my bachelor's degree in education, right? I taught kindergarten and did preschool for a while, but like, as much as I love kids, it wore on me, and it made it harder to be a parent and a mom when I came home after work. Like, it's physically and mentally draining taking care of a room full of children, like, and then having to come home to your own. So while I loved it, it really came down to, I want to have the energy for my son rather than my classroom. But it was a cool, like, chapter in my life, like, being able to do the thing that I worked really hard and went to college for, you know? Oh, yeah, he's with his dad. He actually is, he lives with his dad. I just got the weekend off, you know? Dad was being kind, so... So we're just trying to do keys now. And, yeah. Yeah. I am looking forward to, it's like literally in 2 weeks. ICC drops in, Classic. So, I'll be definitely streaming that, maybe even on my off days. Because I go hard. And we're definitely going to have fun learning. I've never been in ICC, so you guys get to watch me learn. It's gonna be fun. I try to have a good relationship with his father. It can be hard sometimes because him and I always don't see eye to eye, and he really knows how to get on my nerves. Like, he knows what buttons to press to be spiteful towards me. So, going hard will get you in trouble? No. Nah. Nah. I mean, my characters, on Wrath are definitely going, like, especially my Warlock and my Mage, they're definitely going to be good to go for... Hey, a girl's gotta hustle. Like, I got child support, I got bills, I've got, you know, a mortgage to pay, and my job doesn't give me a whole lot of hours, and, you know, it's rough sometimes. So, you know, I use what I got. I have a pretty good, like, small community, actually, on OF. I have a great supportive, like, community of, like, 10 regular followers, or clients, or fans, or whatever you want to call them. They're really nice people. Alright, 17 freehold. Yeah, yeah. For sure. Ooh, almost knocked that over. What do you do for a living, if you don't mind me? Yo, I love, like, okay, I stole this hoodie. It wasn't originally mine, but you know how us girls are. We find a hoodie that we like, but I do like In Flames. I definitely enjoy them. They're not my favorite band, but they're definitely like in the top 5. I've seen them like 3 times live in the last couple years. In Flames too, nice. That is awesome. My favorite band has to be Coheed. Literally, like, I've seen them 11 times. I think I've seen every album live except for Year of the Black Rainbow, which really disappoints me, and I really hope they do a Neverender for it soon. But I actually, me and my boyfriend just purchased vinyls of In Flames and Coheed. We're on the vinyl journey now. It's crazy. Job-wise, it's what you call a disaster management. Oh, are you not from the United States? That's right. You're like 5 hours ahead of me, so you gotta be, what, in the UK area, Europe? What is disaster management? Because I don't know what even disaster management is. What do you like? Because when I think of disaster management, I think of FEMA, but I don't think that's right. Oh, okay, okay. So you're like, yeah, FEMA first responder kind of. Nice, okay. That's awesome. That must be really rewarding, honestly. Oh, okay, so you're the man behind the desk, in a way. That's cool, because, like, obviously those things take a lot of planning and, like, teamwork and coordination. It can't be just one person, but that's awesome. It's a super important job, no matter what level. It still can be rewarding, too. Like, you put the plan in action that helped people. Pardon. That's so cool. Game time. I forgot to pack a bowl. I was gonna pack a bowl.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Watch your step.
So, this is my streaming room, except for on the weekends, and this is why I don't stream on the weekends, because it's my kiddo's room when I'm not streaming it. So, it's got, like, comic books and art and paintings and stuffed animals and all that stuff that, like, he enjoys. And then, most of the comic books are mine, but, like, he's a little nerd like I am, so it's,
Trust me.
it works out. The reason that the colors are the way they are, though, is because the walls are like this really, it's a nice color. It's like this heather gray color that's got like a lavender to it, a very subtle like lavender color, and I didn't want to like pick out things that clashed with the walls. If I get a chance to paint the walls, I might paint them like a really dark crimson red with like a black accent wall, not gonna lie, because that's my vibe, and if my son likes it, like he'll let and like
get down,
whatever, but most likely ooh, that's not good. That's not good. What happened there? A bug, apparently. There was a bug that happened.
Watch your step.
I don't know what bug they're talking about. Do you play WoW, Mr. Winter?
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Oh. You've never played WoW? Oh. Well, like, what brings you here?
Watch your step. Shockwave,
get down.
Watch your step. Shockwave,
get down.
Watch your step.
Oh. Well, I'm glad that there was something that drew you in. Welcome. Earlier today, I did like a Wake and Bake stream, and we hung out and watched stuff on YouTube.
Let's move.
Now!
I've been trying to mix it up because I play a lot of WoW, really. It's kind of my game.
Let's move.
Now!
So I've been trying to change it up as much as I can with what time I have.
I'm your worst nightmare. Watch your step.
I swear I will get you to your destination. Trust me.
I've been playing this game like all together for like 15, 16 years. And streaming for 4 years, I think my 4-year anniversary is coming up soon. I don't remember. I'll have to actually look.
Want you a step? Want you a step?
If you have any questions about what's going on or what I'm doing or what character, like about my character I'm playing, like please go ahead. I will try to answer them the best to my ability. I'm not gonna say I'm like an all-knowing WoW player because I definitely am not.
Want you a step?
But I know as much as I need to be good enough.
Shockwave.
Get down.
Oh shit. Ah! So, I'm just trying to time this key.
Get down.
So, there's little timers you can see over here.
Charging. Let's move.
And I'm just trying my best with the group of people in here
Want you
to
a step?
time it and get through the dungeon without dying too much. And the reward for timing it is a higher
Get down.
IO number, which is like a rating number that people use to level your, or like to judge your
Want you a
skill.
step?
Oh no.
Charging. Let's move.
Now!
You can get like achievements and gear to make your character better. Basic MMO stuff.
Want you a step?
I play a warlock, so I'm a spellcaster, and I have a minion that's
you a step?
not out right now, that I should get out. No! That's bad.
Want you a step?
Target you. Get down.
Want you a step?
Oh yeah, absolutely. WoW is a pretty toxic place sometimes. A lot of people have like elitism issues, where like they won't even like, well, I'm good.
Want you a step?
I'm good and I'm not terrible and I'm not gonna like purposely do anything to wipe your key or and I'm gonna absolutely try my best all the time. Some people base your skill purely on your IO, which isn't fair, because I'm capable of doing better with the right people and the right kind of teamwork. Plus, like, I need to do higher keys because I need to get better gear. If I keep doing keys that are lower, you know, I'm not going to advance. And a lot of people, it's kind of like meme of, like, it's like, in a sense, like when a job asks you to have 10 years experience, but it's an entry-level position, like, it's like the circular logic that, like, in order to get this job, you have to have experience, but this job is going to give you experience that you need, and it's just this, yeah, and it can be really awful. Like right now, what is my IO? 2304. which is pretty good. Keystone Master, which is an achievement, is getting, I think it's 2K IO. So, like, I've surpassed that.
Hazard reported.
Change
target. Affirmative. Hazard reported. Target you. Get down.
Yeah, there's a lot going on sometimes. Gotta be very alert.
Get down.
You got stuff you gotta stand in, stuff you're not supposed to stand in. Oh, fuck me! I went the wrong way. I didn't know that healer was down. I would have B-res them. Oh, my flask ran out. Hey, there's a reason I say my streams are for 18 plus. Ah? Bad circle. It's the danger zone. Nah. That's everyday language. My OF language is much cringier.
Want you a step.
I used to when I was in college. I did ChatterBait. But now I just do OnlyFans. I mean, I do like occasionally like custom content, or you know, the person that wants to buy my underwear that was from a piece of content I put out. I've had people buy my fishnets from like sets I've done, but like nothing in particular that stands out. You know. Yeah, this was back in like, oh gosh, early 2000, like no, not early, no, mid 2000s. They're, so like between like, I would say like 2009 and 2012, I was on there. It was alright. There was a lot of like, there wasn't a whole lot of regulation and modding in that place, so like you definitely ran into a lot of creeps. Well, I did it originally for college, and when I was getting ready to graduate, I figured I probably should stop it because I'm gonna, you know, be working around kids. So I stopped. I didn't really need the money anymore.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Well, thank you for stopping by. If you want to join my Discord, ! Discord in the chat will give you a link to it. It's a very dead server, so don't be shocked if you don't hear a lot.
Watch your step.
I hope to see you around too, sir.
Watch your step.
Ah!
Watch your step. Watch your step. Get out of here. Let's move.
Now! Get to the chopper!
I swear I will get you to your destination.
Watch
Trust
your
me.
step. Watch your step.
I swear I will get you to your destination. Trust me. Get out of here. Let's move. I swear I will get you to your destination. Trust me.
Really? They put both of them on me? Wow, what a piece of shit game.
Get out of here. Let's move. Let's move.
Now! Get to the chopper!
Get out of here. Let's move.
Now! Get to the
will get you to your destination. Trust me.
Woo!
Stop it! Shockwave, get down! Watch your step. Shockwave, get down! Stop it! Shockwave, get down! Stop it! Shockwave, get down! Watch wave, get ready. Watch wave, get ready. Who are you? I'm your worst nightmare. Watch wave, get ready. Watch your step. Watch wave, get ready. Watch your step. Watch wave, get ready. Phase 3. Watch wave. Get ready. Watch your step. Watch wave. Get ready. Watch your step.
Nice. My little halo. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you over there in the chat. I was focused on doing my key. I see you there, Harry. Thank you so much for saying hi. Nice. Upgrade. Too bad I can't wear 2 of these. Do, 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 do. shit. Mm. Alright, I need to stand up and stretch. Stretch break time. Okay. We're gonna pack a bowl. Cause it's bowl packing time. I got my Red Bull. Got my little hydration drink over here, which is mostly pink water. Basically, like that's literally it. Alright, full packing time. Can you like trade those in for anything else? Or is it simply gear upgrading? Or to craft? Oh, I see. I want to get another fucking socket for my ring. Wrong, but you know what? Actually, oh, it's only for necklace though. Fuck. Alright.
It was the middle of class and the teacher wasn't looking. Kelly had a fat ass and trouble was cooking. She had a boy wrapped around her finger tight. I fell in love with him, but he wasn't in my life. The teacher gave me notes to go out and give Kelly. She was kissing Brandon, I got jelly. I wanted to be in her shoes for one day. I just waited till recess to make her pay. Should I give him away or feel this bad? No, 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 don't you choke. Daddy chimed in, go for the throat. For the throat, for the throat. Daddy chimed in, go for the throat. For the throat, for the throat. Daddy chimed in, go for the throat. Her face was fucked up and my hands were bloody. We were in the playground, things were getting muddy. The teacher broke us up after I broke her. And my one true love called me a monster. Mommy, why do I feel sad? Should I give him away or feel this bad? No, 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 don't you choke. Daddy chimed in, go for the throat. For the throat, for the throat. Daddy chimed in, go for the throat. For the throat, for the throat. Daddy chimed in, go for the throat.
I can't use swords, right? Oh, I can use swords. What is better, the dagger or the sword? Staff for raid right now. Staff for mythic. Oh, so maybe I don't need to. What about... So I have that, right? Yeah. So I had the best raid one, though. Onyx and Birthright. Alright. So I'm gonna try to do some Netherian. Or maybe. Let's look at the rate. I can always get an upgraded. Can you like upgrade stuff? Ooh, you can. What is this right now? Oh, but I need one of those, I need one of these. Okay, so I guess we're gonna be grinding out some more shit. wish I could send that to my other character.
Gravy.
Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Make him the cutest that I've ever seen. Give him two lips like roses and clover. Then tell him that his lonesome nights are over.
Gravy make a splash like Pippin. Shit, that's nothing. Splash. Everybody call me Big Pimpin'. No, I ain't bluffing. I'm with your mom in the kitchen, making blueberry muffins. Must be Thanksgiving, cause your bitch want the stuffing. Mr. Clean. Gravy, why you flow so mean? Mr. Clean. Pull up with my whole damn team. Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean. Gravy, he be clean like Windex. Just hit your mom with my index. And your bitch look like a pinhead. All my haters, they be skinheads. Pissed off cause they wife is they sister. Young Gravy just kissed. Hot damn. Pull up on the scene. Cause a wet dream, I might need a summer ring. If you got the beef, I turn your ass to smithereens. Your bitch looking scary, I thought it was Halloween. Gravy, he be clean like some fucking Listerine. But I smooth it out like a jar of Vaseline. Shit. Posted with a MILF and her name is Charlene. Everybody wonder how she got the hygiene. It's all thanks to Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean. Gravy, why you flow so mean? Mr. Clean. Pull up with my whole damn team. Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean. Gravy, he be clean like Colgate. White MILF Charlene, that's my soulmate. You ain't got a bitch, I might donate. Slide in the DMs with a snowflake. Talking about your girl, my favorite topic. You can't even see me, you would think I'm microscopic. Gravy balling out like the fucking Flint Tropics. Turn these bitches on, cause I'm really good at bop it. Clean in, clean out. Pulling up, drop top viper. Had to steal your bitch. Finessed it like I'm Swiper. So much bread, gotta get my fiber. Gravy, he be cleaner than your windshield wipers. Your stepmom made me a pie. You can call me the Pied Piper. I don't eat the booty, I ain't even gotta say, but I eat my girl ass if she had a bad day. Gravy don't play. Bitch, I'm at the bakery, them donuts getting glazed. Stay with 3 hoes like it's the holidays. Stuck to the bread,
Shockwave. Get down. 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 Shockwave. Get down.
Listen up, y'all, 'cause this is it. The beat that I'm banging is delicious.
Watch your step. Watch wave. Get ready. Watch wave. Get ready.
Oh, come on.
Watch your step.
Why there were two out there?
Watch your
Like, I
step.
literally would have been fine if there was just one. But,
Watch wave. Get ready.
like, I've been getting screwed the last, like, few dungeons. Like, literally got, like, fucking sharks on top of sharks, literally.
Watch wave. Get ready. Watch your step. Watch wave. Get ready. Watch your step. Watch wave. Get ready. Watch wave. Get ready. I swear I will get you to your destination. Trust me. I swear I will get you to your destination. Trust me. get you to your destination. Trust me.
Shockwave,
get down!
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 Are we skipping a boss?
want you a step. Want you a step. Charging. Let's move.
Now!
Charging. Let's move.
Now!
Affirmative. Get down. Charging. Let's move.
Now!
Charging. Let's move.
Now!
Affirmative. Get down. Charging. Let's move.
Now!
Charging. Let's move.
Now!
One shot. I see everything.
Come, let's leave this place.
One shot. I see everything.
Come, let's leave this place. Come,
Get out of here.
leave this place.
Let's move.
Now! Get to the chopper!
Watch what I see everything. Watch your step. Watch your step. Shockwave, get down. Watch your step. Shockwave, get down. Shockwave, get down. Watch your step. Shockwave, get down. Watch your step. Shockwave, get down. Watch wave, get ready. I swear I will get you to your destination. Trust me.
Stack, do it now.
Watch wave, get ready. I swear I will get you to your destination. Trust me.
Stack, do it now.
Watch wave, get ready. Watch wave, get ready.
Stack, do it now.
Watch wave, get ready.
do it now. Watch wave. Get ready. Watch wave. Get ready. Attack. Do it now. Watch wave. Get ready. Attack. Do it now. Watch wave. Get ready. Watch wave. Get ready.
Nice. I got time for maybe one more key before it's my dinner break. Let's make it a really good one. And we can stay for a while. My boyfriend's gone. We can just pretend. Lips that need no introduction. Now who's the greatest sin? To me, darling, where will we begin? Was this over before it ever begins? Gonna get myself some pizza and wings tonight. Oh, wee.
the water, across the deep blue. Smoke it down till you smell the flesh burning from your fingertips. Your knuckles are white from beating on the walls at night. Cast your worries to the side, focus on them when you get the time. You're gonna lose your mind. It happens all the time. Maybe I can tell you to keep your head up and follow through. Good things will come to you. I can worry myself to death about you. Hope you get there safely. I got your letter that you sent to me about your misery. Instead of suffering, it's such a shame to see. Years of discretion and of a sound mind. A suicide is for the weak of kind. Maybe I can tell you to keep your head up and follow through. Good things will come to you. I can worry myself to death about you. Hope you get there safely. And your unhappiness. Emotional distress. And your unhappiness. Maybe I can tell you to keep your head up and follow through. Good things will come to you. I can worry myself to death about you. Maybe I can tell you to keep your head up and follow through. Good things will come to you. I can worry myself to death about you. I hope you get there safely. Smell the flesh burning from your fingertips. I hope you get there safely. Smell the flesh burning from your fingertips. I hope you get there safely. I hope you get there safely. I hope you get there safely. People love you when they own your mind. Thought is love's currency. And I've been thinking about her all the time. I never seen somebody put together perfectly. What would I have to do to call you mine? Someone like you is so hard to find. You can open up your eyes or you can walk in blind. All I ask is that you hurry. I won't hurt you, don't you worry. Listen to me, I'ma set you free. He ain't gonna break your heart again. Go through the worst to reach the ecstasy. When your imagination's all pretend.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Ah, you ruined my pre-pot. Bitches.
Die already, none define a one-man walled city. Stone made flesh stains etched in his hands. 88 stands straight, then invade
Affirmative. Get down! 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 I swear I will get you to your destination. Trust me. I swear I will get you to your destination. Trust me.
God damn it. It's doing so well.
Fifth incoming. Affirmative. I see everything.
Sleepy Jackson on the radio, and that's the way I like it. That's the way I like it. I hear Beyonce on the radio, and that's the way I like it. 'Cause that's the way I like it. And I'm playing music on the radio, and that's the way I like it. So please.
Fifth incoming. Affirmative. I see everything. Get up. Fifth incoming. Affirmative. I see everything. Get up.
Oh shit, I went up too early.
Fifth incoming. Affirmative. I see everything. Get up. Get up. Fifth incoming. Affirmative. I see everything. Get up. Incoming. Affirmative. I see everything. Get up. Get up.
Oh. Fuck.
Incoming. Affirmative. I see everything.
Oh my gosh.
Incoming. Affirmative. I see everything. Incoming. Affirmative. I see everything. Incoming. Affirmative. I see everything. Incoming. Affirmative. I see everything.
Or don't res us, that's cool too. Oh, cool. So like, wait a minute. Don't walk away.
with me if you want to live.
Come, let's leave this place.
Jump now! Me if you want to live.
Come, let's leave this place.
Kill ads now. Jump now!
Come, let's leave this place.
Kill ads now. Jump now! Come with me if you want to live. Kill ads now. Jump now! Kill ads now. Jump now! Come with me if you want to live. Kill ads now.
Nice. Ended that on a high note. Alright, that's gonna be it for right now. I might be back after dinner, and whatnot, so I'll see you guys hopefully later. And I'm gonna have dinner, so...